Gathered friends, nothing happened before just now. Welcome.
Quite. We're talking about Bionicle for perhaps the final time. That's right, we have reached the end. The real end for realsies. There's no more story. Well,
I hear something in the distance. It's... Oh god, it's Tahu screaming about his power!
The end.
Yeah, so yeah, we're talking...
Oh, I hear something else! It's the sound of Makuta making masks!
What? That doesn't sound like a real thing.
Yeah.
I mean, he tried to do that in G1.
He was bad at it, though. Vakama found the scraps of his attempts at making a mask, and he was all like, "Wow, he must have taken up mask making as a hobby because he really."
I'm getting something from the. I'm getting something from the news reporters. Something about Australian Batman.
Oh
yeah.
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 Something
Tornado
much
Batman.
closer is some kind of hero factory or something.
Something Stormerang. Something Dark Side.
We do not speak of Hero Factory in this house.
Well, not yet. We don't.
Okay, I think we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves here.
Curtis, shush! Don't ruin the next section of the podcast.
Oh, okay.
Don't ruin season 1.5.
Bionicle.
Nights, I hardly knew her.
No, we're talking about Bionicle, of course. The end of Bionicle as it stands, I guess.
No,
we're talking about the final
that
three.
like it's true. It's not the end. End implies finality.
Well, in that
There's
case,
no finality
Josie, you
here.
need to change your Discord tag, because the end is most certainly not near.
Yeah, it's not. There is no end. The end is never the end is never the end.
We're talking about...
Clearly that's why she put a trademark symbol after it.
Whatever remains of Bionicle. The final 3 story serials released by Greg on bioniclestory.com in the years 2010 and 2011. Those are, of course, Sahmad's Tale, The Powers That Be, and the other one that I forget the name of.
God, did that really drag
Quest.
on into 2011?
It did.
Because the official story ended in late 2009. This really dragged on for 2 years.
Yep.
Yeah,
For
well, pretty much.
this.
The official story ended in early 2010, I thought, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, with the stars, of course.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. There's one called the Yesterday Quest. Did you list that one?
That's the one I didn't remember the name of.
Yeah, I didn't remember.
Yeah, this entire thing just consists of Sahmad's Tale, the Yesterday Quest, and the Powers That Be. Which hopefully we can talk about.
Curtis replaced that with ducks. I don't want that to be near... I want that to be announced at the end of the episode. Replace that with ducks, too.
Okay.
Yeah, that's actually a good idea. Replace it with ducks.
Okay, there's going to be a lot of ducks in this episode.
I forgot that Sahmad's Tale was just called Sahmad's Tale, and I thought that was Yesterday Quest. Because he started... He literally, like, in the first sentence said, yesterday a thing happened.
Fair enough.
Curtis, for everything that needs to be censored, just replace it with this. Just go...
Oh, ducks.
Okay.
Just replace it with just increase it. Just replace it with increasingly loud moaning.
Oh no! Replace it with ducks moaning.
Okay, what I'll do is I'll find a sound effect of ducks having sex.
No,
turtle sex. Tortoise sex. It's the worst sound on earth.
Okay. Sure, let's go.
I thought the audience for this show were good boys and girls.
Why do I have 3 paragraphs of
We
notes
have to mark
about...
this as not for kids now.
Good. Why do I have 3 paragraphs of notes about the Rick and Morty season premiere? In my
I just want to
notes?
note, by the way, on the actual topic, that this is the first time there has been a first-person story since, like, I'm not counting the blogs, because that's basically them, just a blog. But this is the first time there's actually been, like, a first-person story since the Madanui Online game walkthrough that was canonized.
Huh, yeah, I guess so. I'd still count the blogs, but...
Okay.
yeah,
so
I can see where you're going with that.
I guess my first note, chronologically, is, Sahmad. Is that how you pronounce his name?
Probably.
I just thought it was Sahmad.
I think it's Sahmad.
Why didn't they just call him Solomon? That's what I keep wanting to say his name is.
I think Greg in the original audio pronounces it Sahmad.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, these were
cool.
audiobooks.
Yeah.
Or one of the Sahmad's Tale was.
I really like Sahmad as a character because I hate him as a person.
Yeah. I mean, he is a slaver. That's a thing that he does.
Yeah, that kind of gets brushed over a little bit.
He has a
It does
sad
a bit, doesn't it?
No, I don't. I wouldn't say so, no.
He has a sad backstory. All of his friends went crazy and died, and he's now an outcast because of his relationship to the friends who went crazy and died. And he has an interesting personality, giant robots fighting, and he's like, yeah, whatever, I'm busy.
Pretty much.
But,
he is one of
he's a
very
fucking
few
slaver,
survivors.
and I fucking hate him.
Yeah, he is one of very few survivors of the Lost Iron Tribe from Barra Magna's past, or Spheris Magna's past, rather, who all succumbs to a disease, a dreaming plague, that stops them from dreaming, and that makes them go mad. Very odd. Don't know what could have possibly caused it, other than, eldritch monsters. Imagine that in Bionicle.
Yep.
Imagine eldritch monsters that don't get immediately fucked by a 3-foot-tall babby in a skin suit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't stated anywhere in the action. We're just going to say this now, we just may as well. It wasn't stated anywhere in the actual story because it was never fucking finished. But
Greg!
Valika is the great being in Matoran skin.
Yep.
Yeah, so at some point in the story we'll come across a hidden great being who's been, stowing away on the Matanui robot for all these 100,000 years. It's Valika. This was never stated in the story, as Liam said.
It really makes his riddles feel a lot more condescending to me in retrospect.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I believe, I extrapolate that the reason he committed to speaking in riddles is so that it would be incredibly difficult for him to slip up and accidentally tell his Matoran friends, "Hey, I'm a great being and I can annihilate all of you with a thought."
No, the way I rationalize that is that he speaks in riddles because he wants people to just pass him off as just, "Hey, I'm the crazy one." Haha.
Yeah, pretty much.
It can be multiple things.
Nobody pay attention to me.
Yeah.
I'm definitely not a god.
It's one part that, and one part there is no riddle you could tell someone that would lead them to the answer of, "My friend's great being, oh my god, we're all gonna die."
I think I have a better explanation, and it's yet another thing that was... You'll find at this point in the continuity that a lot of things are explained by Greg out of story, but you remember that one thing where it was stated that the Matoran universe didn't have sentience until just a random point in time? Valika did that. So, basically, Valika just kickstarted sentience in the Matoran universe for shits and giggles. And I assume he speaks in riddles because he's testing their cognitive abilities.
That's quite possible.
I just feel like there's lots of reasons why he does it. I like all of yours. I also like mine. He doesn't want to slip up, accidentally tell people he's a god, so he committed to speaking in this obscure riddle speak.
I've got the ultimate game theory. What if he speaks in riddles because Greg never fucking thought of it?
Yeah, that's kind of the crux of the issue here, is that it categorically was not planned in advance. After the story ended, Greg asked people, "Who do you think the great being in disguise is?" Someone said Valika, and Greg said yes.
Because Greg doesn't answer questions, he tells people when they have the right answer.
Yeah, I guess, but...
Just like Valika.
I just hate that it was Valika. That A, it was Valika, and B, that wasn't planned and was just a random, aside after the fact. Like, it could have been Kapura, right?
I think if it was going to be any of them, Kapura or Valika would have been the right choice, but I like my headcanon that Kapura is the way he is because he becomes a Toa of time at some point. Or not. That's a fan term that Liam made up. That's not a thing. I mean that he becomes a Toa and he becomes the indefinite keeper of the Mask of Time.
Grin
Yeah.
is a tower of torment. He's the indefinite keeper
I
of
am
the
not
story.
going to.
Oh my god.
Quack, quack, quack.
No, you forgot tortoise noise.
Oh, okay.
No, only replace the references.
God damn it, Josie.
Like
You're
that
going to
one.
make editing very difficult.
Hey Curtis, you want some more work?
How about you just die?
Please, please bestow this gift upon me, great being.
Like all those Iron Tribe guys, bringing it back. All of them died because they can't dream and they went mad, and that's how that happened.
Do we have to talk about the book?
Yes. We have to suffer through this one last time. So, the Iron Tribe, right? They got this dreaming plague, they're all dying, they're whatever, they turn him mad. Sahmad and Telluris and like a couple others, they're immune to this. Nobody knows why. And so the others, you know, being mad as they are, think, oh, let's dissect them or like sacrifice them to the gods or something. And these survivors are like, no, you idiots, don't do that. And so they run off and like change their armor color, they stain it orange. Nobody's fooled by it. They're still the Iron Tribe for all to see.
Yeah,
And
they had this great plan. Hey, nobody likes us. We've got fucking the plague, so let's just lump clay on ourselves, and that'll disguise us.
Of course, yeah.
So,
Not realizing that
Well,
nobody else wears orange
I'm just
armor.
gonna say that it seems more to me like that they're the Iron Tribe and they turned their armor orange. They literally just rusted themselves.
Yeah.
No. They turn themselves bright orange.
Oh, I see. That's
And
the big
their
difference.
armor they can take off, so it's not like it's even that good of a disguise. They could just put someone else's armor on.
Yeah. Like, how
could
about,
put-
the colours of any other tribe on the planet?
Hello, fellow fucking water agori.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's especially a bad disguise because they're the only two Ogori they're the only two people that are orange in the fucking world, and one of them's got a giant fucking tank that he made out of iron. Who's gonna think? Oh, so what tribe do you think the orange guys are? Oh,
I mean, I
probably-
think at that
probably-
point he didn't like he was kind of mental and also didn't give a shit.
Apparently,
Yeah.
apparently, Sahmad is an Ogori and Tide Pods is a Glatorian.
Yes, that's true.
I got the impression they were both in Ogori from this book.
Yeah,
I don't get why
Yeah.
they had Glatorian before the Shattering.
The Glatorian was the name of a species. It came to also
Yeah.
be the name of an occupation after the Shattering
Right, okay.
because Lego didn't want to trademark two different words.
Pretty much. So yeah, much like Matoran and Toa, like Agori and Glatorian, I think are related species, but they're not the same. So that's the whole thing. Anyway,
I think Litorian technically isn't the name of the species, but it's used in place of it because we don't know what a name for the species would be.
Stop!
no.
God damn it, Josie!
Just
You don't
bring it
understand.
up.
This is like every time you say that, Curtis has another half an hour to edit.
Okay, Josie, every time you think that, instead of saying it, just write it down in a notepad and ask it later. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Right,
Ducks.
so anyway, Telluris' robot is dead.
Yeah. all
Yeah, they beat it up.
times.
You know, the
Like 2 times we've seen it in this entire story, broke it.
yeah, and finally he's paying for that. He's like, oh no, it's dead forever. I will never find the parts to fix it.
Once I realized we'd only ever seen it twice and it fucking died, I started to think, Sahmad has a fucking point. This thing fucking sucks.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
looks
he thinks-
threatening,
yeah.
but
He did say he wanted to fix it, and then Sahmad was just like, "What's the fucking point?" It's,
Yeah.
So Sahmad thinks that Tide Paws is wasting his life on this fucking thing. He's basically having a midlife crisis. He builds himself a cool ass car because all of his friends are dead and he's fucking crazy now. And Sahmad's like, you just need to get over it and stop this shit. But he doesn't outright say that because he's an asshole, but he's not a stupid asshole. It's like Tide Pods may rely on this big ass fucking scorpion tank thing, but he can still kick people's ass, probably.
Yeah.
He's a big boy. He can punch good, I assume. And so
Probably.
Sahmad's like, hey, I'm wandering around aimlessly trying to find out what happened to our people several hundreds of thousand years later. You want to come? We can probably pick up some parts to fix your guy.
And that's all it takes to convince him.
Yeah, Tide Pods will literally do anything as long as you mention the Scopio. He's like Donald Trump. You just gotta insert his name into things and he'll pay attention.
I guess. But yeah, anyway, so they're on their way north to try and find out, see if there's some great beans around. And on their way, they stumble across a snake. A serpent. Who is it? Why, it's Metis, of course. He's still a snake. And he's really, really not feeling too well.
He's very grumpy.
Yeah.
Sahmad barely questions why Metis is a snake now.
Mm-hmm. Something about a magic sword. Who cares?
Something about a guy named Matatui. Something about a guy named Ratatouille. She turns Metis into a snake with a magic sword or a magic mask or something. I don't know. There are robots.
Like that.
There are giant robots fighting in the sky, and this is literally an apocalypse in fucking books somewhere. But this is literally a religious apocalypse. I don't fucking care. I'm doing detective work.
Yeah.
I did find it a smidge interesting that he appears to be completely a snake. Like, if memory serves, in TLR, wasn't he like a snake, but with his own head still on the snake?
Well, yeah, but...
I interpreted that as Matanui really wants people to recognize that this snake used to be Metis.
Yeah, but in this, it was just like, oh man, this snake, it has eyes that look a familiar color or something.
Yeah,
like, it wasn't like, oh god, this snake has an Agori's head on it.
Yeah, no,
maybe
fuck
snakes
it.
just look like that.
I like the movie better. It's kind of dumb. It's kind of dumb imagining a snake with a fucking human head attached to it. But I mean, thematically, it works better than it just being a snake that talks.
Yeah, I guess. But anyway, funny thing about Metis, he's recently stopped dreaming. Oh no!
So is the whole reason Metis has been an asshole this whole time that he's cranky and needs a nap?
No.
Well, it says that he only stopped dreaming like a few days ago at this point.
Because he found a spooky triangle at the watering hole.
Yeah, specifically after he turned into a snake, so...
Yeah, so the Bionicle Bermuda Triangle.
Yeah.
But it's in the desert or whatever.
And it's literally just a triangle.
It's just a triangle. It doesn't mean anything. It's just a
Bermuda
triangle.
Triangle is just a triangle.
Geometric shapes do not occur in nature. This is clearly something. No one cares.
I'm sorry, what?
I don't know. But regardless, anyway...
Perfect spheres, perfect cubes, perfect triangles, they do not exist in nature.
Except everywhere.
No. Okay, tell me, what's a perfect sphere?
A perfect sphere? A buckyball.
What is it?
As close to perfect as you're gonna get.
No, say it. You cut out because Discord.
A buckyball.
What is one of those?
That's not nature.
I think it's carbon-50.
How is that nature? That's not nature. Oh, a buckyball. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. I thought you meant. I for some reason I keep thinking it's one of those. Oh, okay. I guess that works. Holy shit! Do you guys know what the full name for the buckyball molecule is?
A Buckminster fullerene.
Yeah.
Whoa.
What?
Buckminster fullerene.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
Buffalo?
Yeah, Liam. A Buckminster
Buffalo
fullerene.
polystyrene.
I'm gonna post this for Bionicles, and no one's gonna question it, except everyone. Everyone's gonna question it.
Okay.
Buckminster fullerene.
Anyway, yeah, so Metis leads the guys to the last place he remembers dreaming before, being afflicted. See if they can find out any clues about this. And, what do you know? They get dragged underground by a tentacle monster. Who'd have thought?
Yep. Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought triangles would have tentacles?
A tentacle monster that apparently isn't really tentacles, but
It's kind of the
light?
sun. Yeah. It's kind of like the sun if the sun was also a squid.
Did you know that in Marvel Comics, the great old ones are called the many-angled ones?
You know, I kind of wonder if Anona is in any way related to Trencrom, because their descriptions are very similar, aside from
They
the
are.
light.
I mean, it's possible that the great beings based
According to
Trencrom
Greg,
on her.
Greg, I think Greg said somewhere that they based Okay, you literally just said it. I'm stupid.
Okay. Well, that would be cool
He's
if that is what
described
happened.
as looking like a red star, and I'm like, okay, so he was the red star. No, there's another red star that isn't him, but he's a red star, and the red star isn't a red star.
Okay, so, Greg, this is such a confusing retcon, because Greg fucking wrote this with no involvement from Lego or Oversight or anywhere. Anona is canonically female, but for some reason Greg decided Sahmad calls her by he, him pronouns.
Look,
And also sometimes
Josie,
it
you of all
pronouns.
people should respect that. Look, Anona is
Wait. Are you saying we're having another Mommy Trencrom episode?
No,
Yes.
No.
no, we're not acknowledging that.
Look,
No.
Did you think I forgot about that?
Look,
I
if
hope
Greg-
I had
look,
forgotten about that. I was happy that I'd forgotten about that.
I
Look,
didn't forget about that at all.
Look, if Greg comes out and says that
Banana.
if Greg comes out and says that banana is transgender, I will respect that. I'm just confused by the decision, because if banana isn't transgender, this thing that Greg did doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
So, what I believe Greg has said on it is that he was using the he and him and such in a sense that he saw as gender neutral, which is kind of outdated, but was a thing.
Was
And
it?
since
I
it's all
don't
from-
think that was ever a thing.
I mean, okay, so
no,
it kind
but
of is a thing, you know. You
it's
see in
not.
like old texts, sometimes they'll say, if a warrior is to take up his arms, or whatever, and it's like not acknowledging the possibility of a female warrior. I don't know, like
Yeah,
it's weird and outdated. But,
like
I
the
don't know.
And since the whole
mankind
thing is-
sort of.
Yeah,
Since the whole thing is from Sahmad's perspective, I think the idea is that Sahmad just doesn't know
People
what
used to
gender
call-
Anona is.
I mean,
people used to
Sahmad
call
isn't
me-
a good person, so I guess that makes sense that he wouldn't.
That does make sense. I like that idea.
He wouldn't think too hard about it.
Sahmad
like
is just
that.
a raging bigot.
I like that idea. Sahmad is a raging bigot who acts like who likes like an immature. edgy
Confirmed
teenager in the
Sahmad is a Trump
2000s.
supporter.
Oh no!
Curtis,
Sir,
put
Where's
put
Orange?
Sahmad in a MAGA hat.
Salmon is an edgy
Make
teen
Spherus
from the
Magna great again.
We need
Makes
to
Spherus
build a
Magna
wall
whole again.
around the tarot.
Salmon is an edgy teen from the mid 2000s.
We're going to build a wall and have the Matoran pay for it.
No.
That kind of happened.
So there's a fruit. There's a fruit called anana.
Oh,
It's
Okay.
That's literally just the name for pineapple in any other language.
It's spelled literally like the Bionicles.
neat.
Oh.
It's literally the same.
Okay.
Bonkles.
I like
Yeah.
fruit.
Let's finish this book, because God knows Greg never will.
I did an entire hour-long live stream about fruit once.
Anyway, so yeah, getting back to the book. How about we go see what Kopaka's up to?
Batman.
He's just sort of sitting around thinking about the future.
Promised,
He's like, well,
I promised at DC_connections on Twitter.com that we only refer to Kopaka as Batman.
oh, okay. Well,
I promised
Batman,
I promised him because of Zack Snyder.
well, Batman is sitting around wondering what to do with his life now. Now that they won, what do you do now? It's like that scene in Megamind where Megamind is in the chair and he's like, oh, I win, but what do I do?
It really is an
considering-
interesting conundrum because, like, when normally when a Toa's destiny is fulfilled, you just become a Turaga and that's that. But destiny is no longer a thing now. Nothing is predetermined. You don't need to follow the original order of things because that order no longer exists. So
Exactly.
Kopaka's just sitting there like, well, fuck, what the hell do I do now if I don't do that?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, he considers retiring and becoming an old man and speaking bird, but
He would be the first Toa to retire without becoming a Turaga.
Yeah.
Well, no, he mentions that he could become a Turaga if he wanted.
Yeah, but he also mentioned additionally just retiring and like making a house somewhere and plucking a banjo.
Yeah.
To be fair, why would you ever want to? If you have the option of retiring without becoming a Turaga, why would you ever want to become
Well,
a
I'm
3-foot
just
small
imagining
powerless
some Toa
entity?
on this new planet is like, gee, I've been young and spry for so long. I sure do wish I was old and had to use a cane.
Well, some Toa might see it as their responsibility to pass on their Toa power to a new generation.
Mhm.
That is the
But
biggest
if there's
thing.
no more Toa necessary, like,
Okay,
Yeah.
so when a Toa becomes a Turaga, they can transmit their power into rocks that they can give to Matoran, and then they become Toa.
Yeah.
yeah,
So,
let's
like,
transfer our power from this really experienced, very powerful warrior into a rock so we can give it to a 5-year-old.
Yeah, so
If the event ever arises that it's needed.
like in card game terms, it's playing Pot of Greed, but you get to draw 5 cards.
Yeah. Well, in this case, Kopaka is a very experienced and very powerful warrior, so he could probably make like 5 or 6 Toa Stones.
Yeah. Toa of Ice are historically the most powerful.
Hang on,
It seems-
if that's the case, then can they? That's like a logarithmic fucking expansion in power. They can just have one
Yep.
Toa create 5, and then those 5 create 25,
Yep.
and then
Yeah.
those 25 create
Yep.
100. Why aren't
Kopaka
all
could-
of the
but-
Matoran Toa?
Well,
see,
a lot of them
That's
die.
why Mirendar was made.
But see, Kopaka is so badass. You could probably turn every single Matoran on Spherus Magna into a Toa.
Yeah, because there's about 5 left after the war.
He could probably turn all the Agori into fucking Toa somehow.
I wonder what would happen if they gave an Agori Toa powers.
It's
We'll
like
never
it's
find
like
out.
it's like in how it should have ended when Ant-Man, when at the end Ant-Man's arguing with Batman and he's like, "Oh yeah, well can you do this?" And he shrinks down and then Batman's all like, "Yes, I can." And then Batman shrinks down and everyone's confused like how the fuck that happened. That's Kopaka.
Yeah, especially since Batman isn't in the MC universe.
I was talking about, you know what, I'll just link to the video, hold on. But
Yeah, I know the video you're on about.
Yeah.
And I was
But
making a joke.
yeah, so
But regardless.
So Kopaka's all like, well, I guess I could just go exploring. I got a big fucking planet, whatever.
And then he notices something off to the side.
I guess I could go find Liwa. I don't know where the fuck he's at.
Yeah, everyone sort of just glosses over the fact that Liwa's been missing for the past 3 months.
Yeah, and while this is happening, Garly's busy transporting fish out of the GSR.
Yeah.
That's her mission on this new planet.
Yep.
No,
People
that's the
don't
mission
want-
of all existing Toa of water right now.
Yep.
Yeah, but
Just
she's
all
not planning with the
random shit
operation.
out of Metro Nui.
Yep.
If
The
Move
most
fish.
powerful Toa of water there is, except for like Helrix, who I think might be
If
dead. And she's just transporting fish.
If fucking Helrix wasn't tied up doing whatever the fuck she's doing, then she would probably be doing this fish thing.
Probably.
And the most ironic part of all of this is that the Toa of water don't necessarily are not needed because all the fish can breathe air now.
I don't think all the fish can breathe air now. Right?
All the fish can breathe air now.
Just all of them? Okay.
Yeah.
Um.
So they
Anyway,
can just,
so
they can just like Magikarp themselves out of the robot, flop it around until they get to the ocean.
Anyway, so Batman Kopaka, he's looking around and he sees the gold-skinned being just sort of walking around. He's like, "Hey, what's up with that? And why are the Toa Mari with him?" And then the gold-skinned being just like, Thanos snaps his fingers and makes a fortress. What?
Oh.
At first, I was so confused about this, but then I remembered that Goldie's power set is infinite. He can do anything as long as someone other than him imagined it.
Yeah, and also, fucking why?
Because because he wanted a house, and he's surrounded by.
You mix a few eels together in a cauldron with like a few fucking... And it creates this golden-skinned being that can turn dreams into anything.
Okay, now I remember. I remember now. This is why I have 3 paragraphs about Rick and Morty in my notes here. So the season 4 of Rick and Morty premiered. Morty finds a magic rock that shows him how he's going to die, and because his life he lives with Rick basically. His fate is incredibly bizarre.
Hang on, is this in the new one?
Yes.
Stop talking.
Okay, Levi, plug your ears.
No, stop.
No
there are people who are virgin to this. You can't do this.
The point is, Destiny is weird, and if you try to manipulate Destiny, then it's going to be really weird. You want the perfect man? Throw these random guys and some snakes into some soup.
Okay.
And everyone's like, why would this create the perfect man? And Makuta's all like, trust me, I'm God, I know what's up.
Yeah, so, well, that's how Goldilocks was made over here, so,
Also, why did the Paraka snakes get... why were they necessary to create this perfect being?
Destiny.
Destiny.
Why was it the destiny?
Okay, look. Infinite in a universe of infinite possibilities, literally anything can happen. And in order for them to get this specific thing to happen, they needed to follow some instructions that didn't make any fucking sense. Because
how did they know to do this as well?
God told them.
Yeah, Makuta God told them.
Yeah, basically, Makuta was like, alright, I want this specific thing to happen. What do we need to do to make it happen? This one. This looks like the easiest path to take to get to this bizarre-ass scenario, because I don't think there's literally nothing that could have been done to make Urnok occur naturally, because that was the first thing we knew about that in Bionicle that was a myth, that it did not exist. Urnok was a myth and would never have occurred by itself. So in order to make it happen, you had to follow instructions that make no sense.
Also, how did Makuta know this recipe? And if he knew this recipe, then surely he knew that he was ordering them to create a being that would fucking obliterated him.
How many times do I have to say God? He's God?
I mean, he still died.
Yeah, well, okay, he all of his computers in his brain, he could calculate a bunch of stuff. He can't really see everything at once. He was focusing all of his attention on the robot in front of him, not the plane behind him.
I guess.
But, like, his ability, it's explained that he can literally, if you dream that Makuta doesn't exist, then Makuta just doesn't exist.
Greg was blindsided by Bionicle being cancelled and wanted to tie up the core story as quickly as possible.
This is not how you tie up the core story, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This creature, he created like 15 paragraphs of a new book with a creature that would have been an even bigger world-ending threat than Makuta ever possibly could have been.
Alright, so basically, Makuta
could have been so good, and he just went, nah, fuck it.
Basically, Makuta was able to calculate what would happen to anything inside himself, I guess. So he probably calculated within. There was no doubt in his mind that Goldie would not kill him.
Every pore on my body is frothing with piss and frustration at this.
Yep. Levi is so mad he's pissing out his pores.
Anyway, should we get back to the book?
The most powerful beings in the universe, and Liwa!
Yeah. So everybody's still in that prison with the great being, the one who's chained up and everything.
The
cursed one. Yeah. And Lei was just like, I don't fancy all this political discussion. I'm just gonna head out.
I'm pretty sure he does say politics.
Yeah, he does. And yeah, so then he just walks out of there and gets attacked by jungle babies. And
No,
that's the
first he
last we see of Lewa.
No, first he flies around the forest and he's having a good
that's
time,
right.
Then he sees a dinosaur. I was
Yeah, he sees
unaware that...
fucking robot dinosaurs. I wish we
was
saw more of
unaware
those.
Yeah, and he's like, they grow 'em big here. As if he hasn't seen the Taterac.
I was
That's
unaware...
true.
He probably hasn't, I think. Oh, no, he has, yeah.
Yeah, no, he's totally seen it.
I was unaware the dinosaurs ever appeared in canon outside that comic panel, and I enjoyed seeing at least one. It was chasing like a smaller dinosaur, and then it blasted it to death with a fucking laser.
Yeah.
And then Lewa got kidnapped by forest babies, yep. And that's the last we ever see of Lewa.
Forest babies with spears as well.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He could have obliterated them, and instead he decided to fucking sign language at them.
Yep, so the Ewoks' list of accomplishment are overthrowing the Galactic Empire, kidnapping Tarzan.
He could have flown away. What would they have done about it?
Okay, yeah, that brings up a good point. Throughout most of these last couple books, Greg just completely forgot that all the TuragaNuva have jetpacks.
I mean, he's also a tower of air.
Yeah,
That
there's
too.
literally
Him specifically.
There's literally a line later where Kopaka and Pohatu need to blast it off into space, and they're all like, neither of us is equipped for space flight.
Well, no, they're
Yes,
not
you
equipped
are!
for...
You're equipped for literally
No,
anything!
it's worse. It's worse than them just having jetpacks, and you are kind of wrong on. I know you're going to say like they actually aren't equipped for space flight, but the thing is,
They
the
are.
armor they're wearing is adaptive armor, meaning no matter where they go, it automatically changes form to suit their current environment.
Yeah, form.
Which means if
but
they were
only
in
Lei-
space, they would have space helmets.
Yeah, but
Levi,
hang on. Only Lewa would have been able to create air, though. So
Levi?
only he would have been able to
Not
survive for
necessarily,
any
because again,
period of
it's
time.
adaptive armor that adapts to any environment, most
Liam-
likely including
Liam-
space.
Is it
Liam, shut
capable
up.
of just creating air, though?
Yes, it's
Oh.
canon. There is a space mode to the armor that we never get to see. I don't know why Greg canonizes these things that we'll never get, but he did. And what is it that Artaka said when he first gave them the armor? The environment will never be your master again.
Something like that, yeah.
The Toa could literally probably dive straight into lava and be fine.
I want to pry out my own intestines with a spoon.
The Toa could probably fly directly into a black hole and come out somehow and be fine.
But anyway, even
Hang on,
disregarding
so if
the...
it's that adaptive, why do they ever take damage?
Because they're stupid.
Even disregarding the adaptive armor, at this point Lewa is, among the top 6 most powerful Toa in the universe, and he's still somehow, captured by jungle Neanderthals.
Again, the Galactic Empire was overthrown by teddy bears.
And they've got the IQ of a microwave.
Teddy bears. Teddy bears, teddy bears, teddy bears, teddy bears, teddy bears.
R.I.P. Lewa. We'll miss you.
No, we won't.
Gub, gub, da ba da ba da, dub, dub.
Then there's a brief paragraph about Angons. He doesn't want no visitors right now. That's it.
Hello, Angons is not taking calls right now. Can you leave a message after the beep? This inbox is full.
Lewa's probably the only Toa of air who would ever forget how to breathe.
Yeah, he is pretty dumb. He is pretty dumb.
Yeah, give him that. Anyway, so Kopaka, he saw this gold skin being, and he's thinking, right, I should probably call for help first because I could deal with it on my own, but I want to get some other guys in on it just in case. So he calls the Haga, and the Haga are like, all right, we'll not do anything important, I guess, because we never see them again either.
There's a lot of that.
Yeah. Presumably they were going to go look at it and figure out what's up.
Basically, nobody knows what this fucking thing is. And, rightfully, because it didn't exist until this book was written.
That's true, yeah. So then, Lesovic. Lesovic comes up to Kopaka and Pohatu, who are discussing, what to do. And Lesovic says, hey,
Pohatu's voice is described
hey, man,
as rough.
what the fuck?
yeah. Lesovic's just like, hey,
What the hell, man? What the actual hell?
There's a slaver/murderer on the loose. Help, please, maybe?
Wait, what? Slaver?
He says that
Karzani.
At some point. Karzani, of course, yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot that he's a fucking.
Well, not right now, he's not.
No, because now he's dead.
Yeah, he's got a big old sword slash in him.
Lesovic's sword, specifically.
They think.
Well, no, it is definitely Lesovic's sword. But they don't know if Lesovic is the one who did it.
Yeah, Velika the God Butcher wanted to frame Lesovic because his goal is to destabilize Ferris Magna's society and make everyone hate each other, and then he'll show up and be like, hey guys! Me boss now!
And then there's a fucking typhoon that Pohatu defeats by running around it, but fucking Kopaka's like, hey, excuse me, but that was just a normal tornado. You didn't need to run around it real fast.
He Superman 2'd it.
So they just happened to come across a tornado?
Yeah,
No, more accurately, Greg wrote the first episode of The Flash.
Okay, so I when I was reading this, I imagined that Velika, or, not knowing it's Velika at the time, but Velika set off a tornado somewhere, somehow, and couldn't control it, and so Kopaka just, whisked it away.
Couldn't control it. He ripped Tren Crom into 7,000 pieces.
I don't know. He's not very good at framing people for murder, okay?
Framing himself for murder.
Look, the great beings throughout the entire story of Bionicle are demonstrated to be very powerful but very incompetent.
Yeah, pretty much.
They can do anything, they're just not good at it.
Even bananas, their brains are weird.
Yeah, pretty much.
Now, what I want to know is, Velika is an idiot. Why?
Yeah.
Why? The great beings were already in charge of Spherus Magna, and Angant is worried that now that Spherus Magna is back in one piece, the society is going to want them to rule again, which means if Velika didn't murder a whole bunch of gods, then he'd still get to be in charge.
I don't remember
the other great beings would be all like, well, I guess we're all in charge now, and then Velika would be all like, I mean, if you guys don't want to be in charge, I can just take care of it. And then
I don't remember the exact quote, but H Bomber Guy did a video on Sherlock. There's a quote in there that I think really applies to the great beings. He said that Sherlock is what happens when a stupid person writes a smart person.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see a bit of that.
Or it's more aptly, it's how stupid people seem to think smart people act.
Yeah.
Basically, if Velika didn't murder a whole bunch of people, when the Toa find the great beings, as is their current mission, the great beings can be all like, hey, so most of us don't want to be political leaders, but this one guy who's pretending to be a boy won't do it.
I don't know what Velika's goal is here.
Basically, Velika didn't have to murder anyone, and he could have been in charge if he wanted to. Anyway.
I think his entire purpose is to just fuck with things.
Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, Greg says that Velika's his favorite Matoran because of the Great Being twist, but
I don't know.
it's not a very well thought out twist, because there is no reason for Velika to be doing any of this.
I mean, there might be, but he never finished the book.
No, there is no reason, because Velika could just be in charge of society without murder. Because...
No, There's a line in it that he says that... Oh, I can't remember. It's like a lot of people will die today and the universe will be better off. So he clearly had some ulterior motive beyond just, I want to be the very best. Like
the Miranda robot is already set to kill all the powerful beings from the Matoran universe. So
only the Toa.
That's true. And also he doesn't know that it's around, specifically.
Yeah, apparently
they tried to turn it off.
Yeah, apparently someone worked on it in secret and didn't tell the others when it didn't work or something.
Yeah. The great beings do love making things to kill the other things they've made, don't they?
It's all they know how to do.
And they're really bad at making off buttons. They don't know how to turn anything they made off. Except
Toa power, apparently.
Apparently, they know how to disable Toa power, but
they're really good at breaking things, but also really good at making things to break the things that broke those things.
If they know how to disable Toa power, why did they have to make a killer robot?
I don't know. Maybe there's like two separate great beings worked on these things at the same time, and one of them was like, yeah, let's just turn off their powers, and the other one was like, no, let's kill them.
Also, like, holy shit, I always wondered why the Miranda article on BSO1 was so sparse. It's only in like one chapter.
It's in one paragraph.
It's in one fucking paragraph! And the only thing we know about it is that the guy who was thinking about it, he opened the box that it was in, and it wasn't there. So we don't actually know anything about the Miranda. We know about an empty box that the Miranda is in. We only know of an absence of Miranda.
Oh, we know one thing about it. Its name means salvation.
Great! Am I pronouncing it right? Miranda?
Melinda.
I said Miranda.
It could be a Miranda or Miranda or...
Macarena.
I'm going to call it the Marauder if I ever get around to making my not Bionicles. I want to make a comic book that's Bionicle, but with all the trademarks filed off. Kind of like what Marvel did when they created Thanos. Thanos is just Darkseid with the trademarks filed off.
Well, anyway. Marandar's official reveal is a couple chapters later, so we should probably get back to Sahmad doing his thing. So last we saw, he got dragged underground by tentacles, and now he wakes up in a hospital.
The great beings might be handing out baskets of implants. That's
in my notes too.
You all must know where my head went.
God damn it.
Also, how far ahead did we get? Because we've skipped over like 3 of my notes.
Shut your face, Liam. Just read the notes.
Well, first of all, when Sahmad is having his little dream way back when, love is canon now.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah,
love was
canon on Barra Magna.
Yeah, that was always the thing.
Yeah. Spherus Magna and the Matoran universe were separate at one point. Love is apparently not canon for the Matoran and the related species. The Agorian and the Glatorian can love and fuck all they want.
Because
also, are we
like
going through this just by Sahmad's tale at the moment? Because we skipped over Lewa going through the forest and all that.
No, we didn't. We talked about that.
Didn't.
We didn't skip over it. There just wasn't a lot of it. There wasn't anything to skip.
No, a dinosaur and got captured by Ewoks.
So we're just gonna ignore the fact that Lewa encountered the Zesk.
The what?
What?
I think you're getting stuff mixed up, right?
Hang on, Zesk?
What are you talking about?
What Zesk?
When Lewa running through the forest and he gets, like, fucking captured by Zesk.
He gets captured
we talked about him getting captured.
What do you think we were talking about when he said he was kidnapped by jungle babies?
How the fuck did I zone out there, then? What the hell? Well, anyway, there's my notes then.
You're a very busy boy, and we're all proud of you.
The cyborg dinosaurs we'll never see.
Yeah,
we talked about that too. We talked about that. We didn't even talk about that with fake made-up baby words. We said dinosaurs. A dinosaur was chasing a smaller dinosaur and blew it out with lasers.
Okay, so my last note then is about the gold skin being making that fortress,
We did
also
that
known
as well.
as the mighty
my
Fortnite
God!
creature.
Where have you been? How many Pokemon have you caught today that your brain is this empty?
I've been trying to work on my Unity project, but I really don't remember any of this happening. I don't think I zoned out that much.
Look,
No, we
it's,
talked about all of it.
it's okay, it doesn't matter anyway.
I need
Yeah, none of
another
this
energy
matters.
drink.
I
This
wanted
is
to
too
make a
soon.
joke about the mighty Fortnite creature.
You can go ahead and do that. Go ahead. Go ahead, Liam. I do it all the time. I talk about notes that are irrelevant because we skipped over them. Go ahead.
Why is Josie just rambling and trailing off into the sunset?
Is that not what she always does?
I walked off to get another energy drink out of the refrigerator because you're stupid and I don't drink alcohol and I need alcohol for this, but I don't like alcohol.
Fuck you, the gold skin being is Fortnite incarnate.
Liam, I want to tell you something. And it's not something a lot of Bionicle fans like.
You
to
better
hear. It's not-
fucking animate that, Curtis.
Liam, I want to tell you something. It's not something a
No,
lot of
don't
Bionicle
animate it. Just like make a gold-skinned character in Fortnite and have that as the intro. Just build a thing. Done.
Liam,
Just
Liam,
place down a
Liam,
prefab.
Liam, I want you to listen. This is a rant, but I guarantee you, it's relevant. Liam. Bionicle Fortnite is full of Bionicles.
What?
There are dozens of characters in Fortnite that can be described as Bionicles.
Okay, but Josie, the gold skin being is literally Fortnite. It can just
Yes.
make prefab structures out of nowhere and
Yes.
kill shit with, like, fucking wood.
Yes.
Okay.
But Liam,
If I could jump back real quick to the discussion of love being canon on
Yeah,
Terra
sure.
Magna versus Batoran Universe.
Of course you can. Of course you can, Owen. We love you.
Greg has stated that the Matoran could learn to love after coming to Spherus Magna.
Oh, okay.
But they can't do the sex. That would be a terrible
They
fate.
can now! Matanui gave them penises!
Levi, are you not familiar with the concept of a sex robot?
Oh, for God. No,
I'm
just
familiar with the
imagining now
concept
that,
of a sex
in
robot, but
addition
not with the
to,
concept of sex
reversing
without
In addition to,
genitals.
reversing the mutations of the other entities and fucking making them learn how to speak Agori, he just gave everyone genitals, too.
I mean, he doesn't need to. The Turaga are apparently really good at rebuilding the Matoran. They can just add penises to them.
That's true.
Like,
Okay, Kapura, this
like-
is a penis.
Like the Turaga are like
Here,
intimately familiar.
Stick this between your legs. What do you
like-
do with it? Nothing in public, that's for
So
sure.
like,
I've invented
I think-
this thing. I call it a dongle.
I think Greg has literally said at some point, because Greg says a lot of things. We all know that by now. Greg said once that I think that the Turaga can build new Matoran from scratch. They just never do it.
Yeah, that's a thing that. Yeah, it's mentioned a couple times in Q&As and things.
Also, Levi, you mentioned that the Turaga are powerless, so why would a Toa ever want to become a Turaga? That question still stands, why would they? But apparently, in canon, Greg, Turaga do have powers, we just never see them do any of it.
Well, I know they can use the noble masks, can't they?
Yep, the Turaga can
Yeah,
use
but,
their
like,
mask powers.
That's
the
not an
Turaga
inherent mask.
They
The
have a
Turaga
little
have,
bit
the
of elemental
Turaga
power.
have elemental powers,
Oh.
but
Well,
we never see them use them. The Turaga can form a TuragaNuva, which is like a combiner model.
Whoa, I don't like that.
We literally never see
It's
it.
an
in
old
can-
man homunculus.
Yep. We literally never
ultimate
see that
boomer.
in canon.
Ultimate boomer, I like it.
We see two instances. We see two instances of a Matoran Nui. We see 1.5. We see 2, 3 Toakaitis.
That
You know
was
what?
something they stopped doing
I
after a
am
while.
/r/ I had a stroke.
Honestly,
so happy-
they could have defeated Makuta as the GSR by just saying, "Okay, boomer."
Yeah, that's
Oh,
apparently
no.
been trending on Twitter. Replace a movie quote with "Okay, boomer."
On British Twitter, it's been trending that apparently Prince Andrew can't swear, so therefore he never touched kids.
Yep.
That was his argument in a live interview.
Let me get some of those boomer quotes up.
Anyway.
How have I been tweeting
That's
this
what
much?
caused Trend Crom to explode.
Yep.
So-
Yep.
Before
Valika said,
Prince
"Okay,
Andrew
boomer."
touched him.
No.
No. Valika said, "Okay, boomer." Okay, here we go.
Well, now
Here-
you know. Now you have to animate that, Curtis.
No.
Okay,
I
here we
think
go.
that's treason.
Okay, here we go. Take a movie line and replace the reply with "Okay, boomer." I'll start. I am inevitable. Okay, boomer. Let's
Luke,
take a
I am
look
your
behind
father.
that
Okay,
mask.
boomer.
Okay, boomer.
Anyway, so Sahmad
Let's
is in
finish
hospital.
the Bionicle story. Okay, boomer.
Sahmad's in hospital. Sahmad's in hospital. He's
You
being
do
tended
not,
to by
you
a
do
female
not know
water
the
agori.
power of the dark side. Okay, boomer.
Okay, here, Sahmad's dreaming about being in a hospital. This is the only time we ever see a female agori, and is one of the blue ones. God damn it, Greg. Even
Greg, what the fuck?
Even in a dream, you couldn't stop it from being one of the blue ones.
Greg, what the fuck? The only
told me
female
before.
Glatorian we ever see is blue.
You told me before as well that all the female Matoran are blue.
Yep.
Every single one.
That's absolutely counted in this book.
Oh.
That
How
becomes
so?
uncannoned
Oh, right.
retroactively by the lightning one.
That's right, yeah. Well, actually,
Lightning is blue.
lightning is blue and yellow.
Blue
But
and
Yeah,
white.
there's-
psionics isn't.
Blue and white,
yeah,
sorry.
psionics as well.
Yeah.
Psionics.
Psionics
Blue
is
and gold.
blue.
They just outright ask why the psionics guy is a guy, and he's like, "Well, you see, I'm the reason you're not."
Yeah, that's some interesting reasoning they got there.
Apparently,
we'll
they
get to
needed
that
a
in
more
a-
feminine touch.
Yeah.
Thanks,
All
Greg.
of the people, all of the Ninja Turtles are blue, except for 3 of them. There are 4.
Okay, Aaron, calm down.
We'll get to Orde and the rest in a little bit.
Petition to
That was
replace
Dan.
OK Boomer with OK Aaron.
Same thing.
That was Dan though.
So,
That was Dan who did that with his
Was
with
it?
his mouth. Yeah. that was Dan.
Aaron.
anyway.
I'm pretty sure that was Aaron.
It was
No,
Dan, but Aaron finished the line.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
It was
Anyway.
it was always mostly Dan.
Samad, you've been asleep for 750 years. Welcome to New Atero. Your friends Telluris and Metas, they died, but whatever, nobody cares.
And he's
Uh,
like,
Yeah.
he does a big think on that one because he's like, well, she would never like me. She would immediately stab me. So this clearly isn't real.
Yeah, this is completely the opposite of what Vezon thought when he arrived in a universe when no one tried to kill him. He just thought, oh, this place must not have a me. But anyway, so yeah, he walks out of that hospital and he sees a bunch of people living happily, a bunch of Matoran, a bunch of Agori. What's going on here? And then his girlfriend is just around. And he's like, oh hey, it's you. You died freaking 100,000 years ago.
And then he's
Hi.
like, but maybe this is real.
But maybe. And
Maybe
then she
my
shoots him.
dead girlfriend is real.
Yeah, maybe my dead girlfriend is real, and then she shoots him.
And then he wakes up again. And
Yeah.
everyone's laughing at him.
Yep.
Because his pants fell down during a big assignment in class.
Oh, big lol.
Okay, wait. So is the female Agori we're talking about the nurse or his imaginary girlfriend?
His imaginary girlfriend, who might not even be real. I read a theory on that, actually. At no point is it ever made clear that she's a real person, because we ever only hear about her from Samad's perspective, and nobody else
Oh.
interacts with her at any point.
So
I mean,
it's based.
yeah.
So do we ever hear her name?
Nope.
I like to imagine that her name is the name that Larry Butts keeps saying is his girlfriend in the first Phoenix Wright game. Because we never see her either. I
do think she is definitely real, because, like, it clearly affected him a lot. Like, that's clearly a large part of his, like...
Yeah.
I want Sahmad to be Butts!
Okay. Yeah, no, fair enough. It makes sense. Anyway. Where were we? Oh yeah, so he wakes up again in the hospital, and everybody around him starts saying, "Ha ha ha, you're a tasty soul." Num 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 num. and that.
I love, by the way, how like the Sisters of the Scrawl there. That wasn't an illusion. It's canon that Anona was just like, you know what? I gave you my powers. Now you're gonna be my puppets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're gonna be my meat puppets now.
Yeah, jumping ahead slightly. Those are the Sisters of the Scroll. Anona did that, puppeted them for a bit.
Apparently Angans didn't give them the powers, because
Anona did.
Angans would have had no reason to give them the powers, and you know who else has no reason to give them the powers? Anona. She just thought, hey, wouldn't it be funny if I gave all the women of the Scroll psychic powers? That would be funny. Everyone's got to have hobbies, I guess.
Yeah.
Because, like, this literally has nothing to do with dreams, but, like, everyone's got to have hobbies. I'm pretty sure Donald Trump has hobbies other than golf. I just can't for the life of him think what they are.
Anyway.
Just a slight aside.
Yeah.
Genocide.
Complete irrelevant aside, apparently there was a named character in the Hook 1991 movie called Thud Butt. That's just...
well,
yeah.
How about that?
Good. I bet Robin Williams was real proud of that one.
So, anyway. Now we get introduced to Originals the Characters Do Not Steal. That's Orde and his crew. So, speaking of which, we have, first of all, Orde.
I thought it was pronounced Ord.
Ord? I'd like to pronounce the E, but I don't know.
Well, you
so,
would.
yeah, we got
No,
Orde.
I think it's Order!
Order! Okay. It's like Order, the first and only male Toho psionics, who endured weeks of Dark Hunter interrogation after rescuing some Matoran. Ooh. And then there's Chayara.
He seems really down to earth for being someone who claims that he's one of the first Toa to ever exist.
Yeah. And then there's Chayara, a lone wolf Toa of Lightning, who sabotaged the Visorak colony drones and killed more than 50 of those spiders single-handedly. Ooh.
Which is like, where was she during the actual story?
I don't know.
Probably wasting time killing bugs.
And then we got Zarya, a Tower of Iron survivor of the Makuta Purge who killed a Makuta in cold blood, and now feels like an outcast because everybody doesn't like him anymore.
The power creep in this as well, like, along the stories.
Yes.
It kind of makes sense that they would get more powerful over time, but then characters are introduced that were powerful back during important events already. So this one Tower of Lightning basically completely obliterates all of the story relevance of the Toa Hagar, because they're like, oh my god, a spider, how could we ever win?
Yeah. I mean, well, with the Haga, at least, like, you know, they had been transformed into Rahaga. You know, that diminished their power a bit.
Yeah.
Did it? I thought it kind of made them a bit more powerful, but, like, more animalistic.
No.
You're thinking of
like,
the Hordika.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, they were turned into the basically they were turned into the Hordika, but with arthritis.
Yeah. But yeah, you are right. Chara being able to just decimate these spiders is a bit weird, considering how much trouble they gave the Toa Hordika.
Yeah, but she literally electrified their food.
Yeah,
Also,
and then went off and fought them.
Yeah. Well, she fought them one at a time.
When they were weak, yeah.
And hungry. Also,
Still.
lightning just as a thing is more powerful than a lot of the other Toa's elements. Like, lightning is hotter than fire.
I guess.
These are not very well competitively balanced.
It seemed to me like she was just smarter.
She was smarter and more powerful.
Anyway.
I think plasma and gravity are probably the two strongest of the elements.
I actually disagree with you. There's an iron a tour of iron or
Okay.
Zarya.
and
like,
he just literally goes, "Fucking sit down, both of you."
So, like, on a cosmic scale, plasma and gravity are probably more powerful, but like not on a personal scale, I would probably say iron. Yeah, you're right.
Mm.
Psionics is probably second.
Yeah. In the context of living in a universe of mechanical people, iron is pretty good.
Yeah.
Despite being called the Toa of Iron, by the way, he can control any metal, basically.
Yeah, I kind of guess that. It's like steel type in Pokemon.
Yeah.
So does that mean they are literally bloodbenders when it comes to Agori?
Yes.
Oh, basically.
Yeah.
Yes.
Actually, yeah, that's the thing. Why can't Toa of Water bloodbend?
They probably can.
They can.
I feel like we've talked about this in a previous episode.
In Avatar: The Last Airbender, pretty much any waterbender can bloodbend. It's very gross and spooky.
Why don't they just vibrate?
Why don't?
Hey, there's more vibration that we skipped over.
There is actually,
Oh yeah, there is vibration.
Why doesn't Gali, the thickest of the Toa, not simply eat the rest?
You should twerk them to death.
Oh no, Pahatu's thickest. Come on.
Well, he was.
Honestly, one of them should just clap their cheeks so fast it creates a shockwave. I'd really like that.
Okay, hold on. I have a tweet for this.
Pohatu uses the Mask of Speed to clap his cheeks together with
Let me thick from
with meteor force.
Meteor force. Those are the two perfect words you could have chosen for that moment.
So yeah. Anyway, so these three new Toa and Gelu. Oh wow, that's a picture. Anyway.
That is pretty much literally what Levi...
Kopaka, I'm trying to speed around, but I'm dummy thick, and the clap of my ass cheeks keeps breaking the sound barrier.
So the thing about Demitsuro is like half
rough?
of what they draw is amazing, highly detailed painted art, and then the other stuff is extremely cursed Bionicle fan art.
What are we talking about?
Demi, the artist you just posted.
I love Demi's extremely cursed Bionicle fan art.
Oh, likewise, but it is cursed.
Yes. Yes, but I wish
Levi's thing. It was time for Thomas to leave. He had seen everything.
I like to think that the Bionicles would be sexy, but if I were to hire Demi to work on my comics, I would probably have them draw the
Levi has finally lost it and just degraded to spamming memes.
I would have
bad reply meme folder into this because I do not like that image.
I would have Demi draw the artwork for characters like Tren Crom or something that are supposed to be creepy.
Yeah.
Or anything that's supposed to be absurdly chiseled and sexy.
So yeah. So anyway, back to Kopaka and Pohatu. So
Pohatu is described as having a gruff voice, and that is not at all what I imagined of Pohatu would sound like.
Well, maybe only in that specific moment he was being gruff.
What, was he putting on a voice like Batman?
Yeah.
Like what, he's hanging out with Batman, so he thinks he's gonna sound like Batman. Oh,
yeah, and that's how you end up with G2 Pohatu.
I'm Pohatu. This is my Christian Bale voice. I am the law!
Wait, that's Judge Dredd. Oops.
Anyway.
I am the knight. That's it.
So they head
Lucius, I want to be able to turn my head!
So they head back to camp and, try and plan the next move. So figure out, what's up with the dead Karzani, And Tahu and Gali, come back from their whole thing. They're looking for a place for Nuatero. They're not that close to finding a place for it, I guess.
Apparently the Agori are freaked out starting to freak out because there's a murder. I'm confused by this because they just brought in the corpse of someone that looks like a big dumb animal now. Karzani just looks like some big dumb animal now. Why would anybody freak out? Like, oh no, there's someone murdering people. Karzani doesn't look like...
They offhandedly mentioned him as a guy with, like, patchwork masks, so... My headcanon is that when Madanui reversed mutations, he literally reversed the mutations.
I mean...
Could be the case, yeah.
Well, I like my rant. I want to be able to rant about this. So... Even though I like your canon, I reject it for the purpose of this joke.
I reject your reality and substitute my own.
Yes. So the Agori see a big dumb, what looks like a big dumb animal, and they freak out because they think someone's murdering guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But what was I?
So
where the fuck did Click go after Madanui died or whatever? If I don't mention it now,
I think Kina has him.
Yeah, he gave him to Kina just before he went into the robot.
That's not relevant. That's not relevant now. But if I don't bring it up now that I'm remembering it, I'm never going to bring it up again.
It's not relevant now because we never see Kina again after all that.
Oh yeah, I think this was
she's still hiding in a cave.
I think this was around the time the D word happened.
The D word?
D word?
The ducks.
Oh, maybe. I don't know. Actually,
replace that with ducks.
No, sex tuzzle.
Okay.
Replace that with ducks.
I'll replace it with you saying ducks because then the ducks can be the D word.
Oh yes.
Okay, but make it obvious that that's not actually what I said.
Well, I'll leave in this bit of us explaining the joke.
Ah, yes.
There you go.
If you explain the joke, then it's not a joke anymore! I'm the Joker! How's my Joker voice?
Perfect.
Bad.
It was alright. It wasn't that bad.
It trailed off. It trailed off near the end.
So, anyway.
Doing Mark Hamill Joker is hard.
So, Tahu and Gali...
Just like I bet doing Mark Hamill would be hard in the butt...
They saw Lezovic going north. Lezovic didn't have his sword. Kazani died by Lezovic's sword. I wonder if maybe those two events are related. And Kopaka and Pohatu...
Hey, Karzani, I lost my sword. Oh, what's that in your back there? Oh, better leave it.
He sees Karzani dead with a sword in his back, and then Trencrom scattered to the 9 winds. And
I'm just imagining it's like the whole situation is like that one Astif movie skit where it's just like, hey, you know who's gay? You. And then he's got a knife stuck in him.
Yeah. Probably.
Hey, you know who's gay? Oh, shit, you stole my lungs.
Yeah. So, anyway, Kapak and Pohatu take some horses up north to go after Lezovic.
Hey, you want to go ride horses?
They have jetpacks. Why do they need horses?
Because they forgot they have jetpacks.
Okay.
Well, again, my logic with the armor is they don't need jetpacks here, so it didn't adapt for that.
Well,
it adapts to the environment, not what the Toa thinks they need at a given moment.
So they just need to jump off a cliff.
In Cardanui, they needed to fly to do anything, so the armor adapted to that. Here, they don't really need jetpacks for any reason.
Liam, so why don't they just jump off a cliff?
Yes.
What cliffs?
There are mountains!
There are,
okay,
yes.
Boomer.
Pohatu could make a cliff.
Yeah, he could.
Liam is 1 year older than me! I want that to be on the record!
Even disregarding the adaptive armor once again, Pohatu still has the Mask of Speed. He could just run them across the desert.
And he does use the Mask of Speed a lot in this book.
Yeah.
To Kopaka's annoyance.
Yeah, Kopaka's... Yeah, he doesn't respond too well to being dragged around by the arm.
Or to be talking to someone and then they ask if they want something to be done.
And then they just do it.
And then they just go and do it in the blink of an eye.
Yeah.
It's like, at least give me time to answer, Pohatu, you dummy thick bastard.
Yeah. So anyway, they do go north. They eventually wind up in the Botamagna jungle region, and then they see some sticky red jelly on the ground. Oh, that's a guy. Ew.
Yeah.
Ew, it's Trencrom. Ooh.
He got poked by Prince Albert.
He did.
And, yeah, so, while they're talking about this, like, who could even do this and why? Pohatu says, well, let's just say there were cleaner ways they could have gotten rid of Trencrom. And I'm like, were there really? He was very powerful. Exploding him seems to be the only way to kill him.
Yeah.
Yeah, related to that, one of them, like, it mentions at one point, like, it was certainly something a Toa of Air could have accomplished. And I'm like, is it? Is it that?
I mean, last time a Toa of Air and Trencrom were in the same room, Trencrom hijacked his body.
How do you kill Cthulhu without exploding him from the inside into a million chunks? Like there are just beings that are too powerful. You have to do that. Like in DC Comics, Batman really doesn't like using guns at all, ever. But he does it if he's fighting something so powerful. The only way to kill it is with something resembling a gun. The only time Batman has ever canonically used a gun in modern-day canon is when he was fighting Darkseid. And Darkseid was about to blow up the universe or something, and then Batman just pulled a gun out of him and, like, done.
Okay.
It was very poetic, and every single movie about Batman ever has ruined that moment, because now Batman just uses guns whenever the fuck.
Anyway, so
Batman doesn't use guns!
So in in Trencrom's dying moments, he sends out a mental distress call, and he just sends out the image of the Red Star. Why exactly? Knowing what we do about how he died, why is the Red Star a good idea of what to send out?
So I have in my headcanon is that okay, so the Red Star, we know what it is now. It's a place where dead people go to get fixed and teleported back.
Is it?
And teleport.
I forgot that
that's never
mentioned.
explained. Yeah, basically the Red Star is like a computer repair store combined with heaven.
Yeah, so canonically, the Red Star is where when residents of the Matoran universe die, their brain is backed up at the Red Star, and they're given a new body, teleported back down to continue doing their job because there is no use for them to die, so there's no reason for them to die. My head, now, there are characters that are canonically deader than dead. They are not
like
in the Red
Sidorak.
Star. Sidorak.
Sidorak just got crushed so hard by Kitongu that he couldn't be revived.
My headcanon is that the backup servers are always running, and the characters that are deader than dead are in the Red Star. They're just in some, like, basement or whatever.
No, my headcanon is that Sidorak got crushed. Kitongu is just so powerful that he crushed Kitongu. He crushed Sidorak's mind as well as his body.
Yeah.
Well, they could just restore
he got crushed right down to his very soul.
Liam, you run a website. How do you not know how backups work?
What the fuck are you talking about?
You can restore a backup from before his soul was crushed.
Yes, but that's less funny.
Not how the Red Star. That's not how the Red Star does it, though.
I like the idea that Trencrom wanted them to go to the Red Star because he might be hiding in there somewhere.
Yeah, maybe.
Greg would tell you that Trencrom would not have gone to the Red Star because he was vaporized by a great being. I would like to believe that the Red Star is more competent than that.
There's also an idea that I want to explore in the story moving forward in our continuation of this. It started off as like a half joke, but Levi, I swear to God, if you don't stop posting these cursed fucking memes.
Note for editing, it's Buzz Lightyear.
Fuck!
One more cursed meme.
Oh
The legs on the bus go
Legs on the
step,
bus
step,
go
step,
step,
step, step, step, step, step, step.
Curtis,
Well,
you
what
wouldn't
year
put every
wears a
single one of
purple
these on screen.
no! It's just going to be a
Purple
never-ending
jumpsuit.
carousel of memes.
Okay, so-
actually, I really like this one of Pikachu, but with Ash's body. It's the one here with Pikachu with Ash's body is the only good one. I hate all of these. I hate all of these so much.
I'm just kind of zoned out into my memes because this fucking episode is just...
Two dead age needle teals.
Okay, so the fucking the idea here, the idea is
hey, Liam, shut up. You know that mouse with the chicken legs? That's real.
anyways.
That's not Photoshop.
Shut
That's
up!
real. Chicken mouse.
So the idea is it's canon that Jala was revived not from the red star, but from latent energy remaining in his mask.
Yes.
Meaning there is now a clone of Jala running around on the red star.
I was not aware that that part was true, but
It's
Greg,
not canon, but logic indicates that it is, because Jala was revived not from the star.
I suppose. Okay,
Yep.
so I suppose that it depends on whether or not a copy of his consciousness was successfully transferred before he was revived.
Right. So it's something I want to explore, though, because, again, it started off as a little bit of a joke, but it got to the point where we were thinking, well, it would make a good subplot from this character's perspective, like, oh, there's another one of me down there that stole my destiny.
That would be really cool to explore, actually, yeah.
What if that clone one becomes a Toa and they have a bitch fight?
I'm just gonna go pee quickly because otherwise I'm going to fucking liquidize my room.
Okay.
Good, the onslaught of memes has a break.
No, now James is posting memes.
Oh
God
shit!
damn
no,
it.
it's Marcus, sorry. Whoops.
It could be like Reboot, where when that clone of Bob showed up.
It's also worth noting, by the way, that basically when you're sent to the Red Star, it seems like you're sent with everything that was, physically on your person at the time. Meaning, TuragaNuva is up there, but he doesn't have a mask.
No, canonically he does have a duplicate of his mask.
Oh,
What?
Okay.
Greg said that all of the mask wearers that get beamed up to the Red Star get duplicates of their original mask, whether they were wearing it or not.
Well,
Huh.
that's dumb.
No, it's
Okay.
not. They need their masks in order to function at peak performance, and that's the whole point of the Red Star.
I mean,
yeah, but they could just make other masks.
Yeah, that's what the duplicates are, Liam.
Oh, okay. So you're saying when they get beamed up, the Castora or whatever make a duplicate of whatever mask they were last wearing.
Yeah. So
Right,
canonically, Leekon is up there. Greg has confirmed that Leekon is up there and does have a new Hal. It's not literally the same or a duplicate of the same mask. It's just, hey, you were wearing a fancy Kanoe Hal, so we had to special order that one from the store because
okay.
it's a special fancy one. But here it is.
I return.
Okay.
Hi, Levi.
Yeah, we
so-
were just talking about how TuragaNuva's up in the star too, canonically, and that means
What?
every character's death that was interesting and meaningful is no longer so, except for Matoro, I guess.
Well,
No,
that's the
no,
weird thing, is almost every character that died, in the text, canonically
Yes,
is not up there.
literally everyone who wasn't specifically killed in such a way that they weren't backed up is running around up there on the star, or had been at some point and was then dissected.
Yeah, okay,
So,
here's the problem, though, is most characters who have died have been, Greg has gone on record saying they died in a way that they couldn't be backed up.
Yeah. Well, that was after they came up with the Red Star twist, I assume,
Yeah.
because that's like the only way they could have consistently been on.
Oh
like,
my god,
at this
owl
char-
legs.
Oh my god,
Sorry.
is that real?
Yeah. That's what an owl really looks like.
Oh, fuck. Oh, God. I don't want to sleep ever again.
Anyways, yeah, the Red Star was created as... Greg literally said it as, I want to write a story about zombies in space.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what the thing
Then,
that
mind you, this was before Dead Space, I think.
Yeah, that's what the thing Kopaka sees is that he doesn't want to tell people it is.
Yes.
Basically, any life form that came to the Red Star that hasn't been fixed yet is just wandering around broken and half dead.
Yeah.
Why?
Because it's an Apple store, but all the computers are sentient and alive.
And the Castora have gotten so fed up with the teleporter to send things back not working that they've just either locked shit up or dissected it for science.
Yeah, stuff comes in, but stuff doesn't go out because, so supposedly, Gardus was the last being to leave the Red Star. I think what happened was, the Red Star just kind of fucked up. It wasn't used to people teleporting out without doing it itself. The Red Star, it's not designed to teleport out teleporters. So the Red Stars are like, error, teleporter, teleport out, teleport.
By the way, if the Castora don't seem familiar, it's the things that were randomly talked about in the City of Silver Babby book with TuragaNuva.
Yeah, the little red guys that are actually
For some reason, they're the same thing.
Yeah, the little red guys that are actually purple. The little blurry red guys that are actually purple.
Yeah, I don't know what was up with that. But...
Okay, basically what I was trying to get at, I'm very bad at words.
In the comic they were red, but in the text they were purple.
So, basically, Gardus, I think, left the Red Star through his own power, and that confused the Red Star. So it's like, oh, people can just leave, I don't have to do it? Alright, I guess you can all do that yourselves then, I'm out. Now the Red Star doesn't teleport people out no more, because it thinks that people can just do it themselves. Kopaka says Kopaka and Pohatu, I think it's Pohatu, he touches the wall, and he says, okay, good, it's not alive. I think it is, it just doesn't live the same way that anything else does.
Well, regardless, there's something going on with the Red Star that stops it from teleporting people back out, which is why people who've died don't just come straight back, which is what they're supposed to do.
And the Castora don't bother fixing them anymore. They're on strike, basically.
Isn't that what Kazani did?
Yeah, but this is worse.
Yeah.
This is worse. Imagine having your brain blown in, and you go to heaven, and heaven doesn't fix it, and your brain is just hanging out of your head.
Ew. Anyway.
Yeah. Imagine being bisected, and God, the angels don't put you back together, so you just hanging around being half of people.
Hey, how about we talk about Anona for a bit?
I talked about fruit for an hour. I'm out.
So anyway, Anona feeds on dreams, as we find out in chapter 9 of this book, which is where we're at right now, by the way, 9 out of 15.
We're only halfway through.
So, Anona feeds on dreams.
We've only been recording for an hour and a half, apparently.
How have we made this just as long as the other one?
Shut up, Liam.
And the great beings realize that Anona feeds on dreams, and they're like, ooh, I want to study that. And then they study that. And apparently it's kind of implies that Anona's dream power is what gave the great beings most of their ideas for inventions.
Yeah, I thought that was really interesting.
Yeah. So how did... Well, I don't know. Whatever. That's a weird sort of background detail.
I zoned out. What happened?
So, you know how Anona feeds on dreams and stuff, and the great beings studied whatever.
Yeah.
Did they? I thought they just from the way it described it, Anona tried feeding on their dreams, but it just gave them more potent imaginations.
Yeah,
something like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
The great beings
Yeah, that's why they had such a stupid, crazy idea for saving their planet. Like, if it hadn't been for Anona, they would have actually, used the Glatorian and the Matoran like they did in the fucking... Basically, what my headcanon is, I forget what story it actually was, but the Spherus Magna alternate timeline Vizon ended up in, where everything was, or maybe it was a different one, but they basically just made the Matoran and no, it was the one that Mazika ended up in, where they made the Matoran and the Toa as different sizes, but they just made them specifically to repair the planet. That's the universe where Anona didn't exist. In the universe Anona existed, that's why they came up with the crazy idea, let's make 2 giant fucking robots with literal robots inside of them to go observe the universe for 1,000 years and then come back and pull the planets together once they're already broken.
So what happened, Levi, was after Anona tried to eat the Great Beings ate Anona back. They were able to get in her mind and research her that way, and it did increase their creativity. I don't think Anona had ever conceptualized that bullshit that Liam just said.
What we're saying is the Matanui is the result of mental Vore.
Yes.
So
I think we can agree on that.
So basically, Anona tried to eat the Great Beings. The Great Beings ate her back.
Yes.
And they
by the way,
out.
Mental Vore is the name of this episode.
One could say the Great Beings even maybe ate Anona out, you would say.
No.
Yes.
No.
Vagina.
No!
Cunnilingus.
So, Sahmad, he's still in that hospital, and he just decides to run out of there. Also, Telluris and Metis are there. Metis isn't a snake anymore. Not entirely sure what's up with that. He says it just wore off.
I thought Telluris died in the hospital universe.
No, they said he died, but he's actually here.
Yeah, they lied. And Metis isn't a snake because apparently, canonically, Matanui put a timer on the curse.
Well, okay, Metis theorizes that's what happened, but we don't actually know for sure.
Apparently that is canon.
Oh, is it? Okay.
That's
dumb.
I don't like it.
I mean, no other explanation for it makes sense either, but
I mean, it could have been that it could have just... It's stupid.
Yeah.
Why couldn't you just leave him as a snake, Greg?
Well, because he's got to, be a real boy.
He doesn't do anything that requires him being a real boy. He doesn't...
He breaks a stalagmite.
It would be a lot easier to break a stalactite if your body was a big old tube that you could use to just Metis use bind. It's super effective.
It implies that, as soon as because all of this was going on, just as the robots were finishing fighting, really.
After the planet was reformed, specifically.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Metis use constrict! It's super effective!
I do get where you're going with that, though, in the, when Matanui powered down, so to speak, that's when it undid itself.
It sort of implied that, I thought it was being pretty explicit that when Matanui went into the mask and, sort of deactivated, that Matanui's, all the things that Matanui had done with the mask just kind of got undone.
Yeah, no, the problem with that is that scene with Matanui powering down took place in the daytime, and Metis transforming back explicitly takes place at night. And presumably, the next night. So, I don't know. Anyway. So, yeah, the guys do get out of the mystery dream hospital, whatever it is, illusion. And they find, oh no, Anona's here on the surface, and it's like the sun or something. Oh dear, we can't fight this thing.
Yep. She's, basically, she doesn't even have to do anything, because she's a being of pure light.
Yeah.
You can't even look directly at her. She's just too shiny.
Yeah.
Also, I posted in the chat a mock of Anona that's mostly accurate. I want you to just think of the great beings giving cunnilingus to this thing.
I'd rather not, thanks.
I can
Instead,
also
consider this.
I'm going to post another one.
Why?
You must walk.
Watermelon Steven meme, huh? I like that. Anyway, here's another one of what Anona probably looks like.
Okay, I like that one better, actually.
Yeah, I like it
Well,
too.
imagine this. Well, imagine the great beings giving this one cunnilingus.
Yeah,
No.
why would Anona
Where
have...
would that even happen in there?
Why
Why
would it
are you
have
like
fucking
this?
Why would it have fucking what?
legs? The top one that you posted. Why would this creature have legs
I don't know.
and hands?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Anyway, second one's cool.
Why would she have a Borok faceplate?
Because it's the sun.
Yeah, it's the sun. Anyway, cunnilingus.
Anyway, Orde and gender stereotypes. We're at that
Yep.
part now.
Yep. He was supposed to turn some bug boys into not mad, but instead he turned them into big mad.
Yeah. Orde was the first Toa of psionics, one of the first Toa in general, and his first mission was make the Zyglak not evil, and he made them more evil.
They're not evil, they're just very, 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 very angry.
Yeah, and then the Great Beings were like, okay, well that was a fucking disaster, let's make all of the psionics ones female now.
Haha, gender stereotypes. And then Chitara from Thundercats. I'm gonna try to pronounce her name. Chiara?
Chiara, yeah.
Chiara? Okay, I didn't have to make
Char.
I thought it was Charia.
I didn't have
No,
to make
no,
the
Zarya
Thundercats.
is a different guy.
I said
Chiara.
Charia.
Yeah, no, very similar names. I get them confused as well, but
I
no,
did-
Chiara, the I is before the first A.
So you mean I didn't have to make the Thundercats reference?
If you want to, I don't know.
Anyway, so Chiara was like, "Oh yeah, girls, we're real gentle, we're real delicate and shit," and then she blows up a rock.
No,
she flies
No,
an
she
innocent
blows up a
lizard.
lizard.
Yeah.
Rocks, lizards, same thing. But you eat both of them, right?
If you're a Skakti, I guess.
Yeah. So once again, I'd like to remind everyone, lightning is a very powerful thing.
So, okay, I have to wonder in this case, like, so the Great Beings, when they were making the Toa and all that, they didn't make them with sentience. That's a thing that happened later. So what did the gender roles do, exactly? If
Yeah,
they're not
I've
supposed to
always-
have sentience?
I've always been very confused as to what exactly changed when they gained, quote, sentience.
Everyone
'Cause,
stop. Everyone stop. I just want to let everyone know, computer parts are gendered.
Yes.
Yes.
Sure.
We refer
But-
no, I mean it. You can go back to 2008 before Radio Shack shut down. They have computer parts, and the ports are called female, and the jacks are called male.
Okay,
Yes,
I get
but
that.
You need
wouldn't
to go
switch
to
that
Radio
out.
Shack to know that.
No, you don't need to go to Radio Shack. You could also go to Best Buy or
No, why do
There
you
are
need
no-
to go anywhere? That's common knowledge.
A
Oh,
semi-related
really?
fact is that, you know the word gladiator?
Yeah.
Do you know why they're called gladiators? What, like...
Because they
they're
gladiate?
because
No.
they're very glad to eat
No.
turds.
Because the Latin word for sword is which is Latin word for penis.
Oh,
Right.
And
Okay.
So you're
Yeah.
saying
The more you know.
So you're saying that in 2008, all of the mid-scale sets, the set that is the first Madanui set we ever receive, is called Penis Men.
Yes. And also, we cannot confirm that gladiators were fighting with swords rather than just flinging their penises at each other.
Or
Is more
how
the
about-
point that I was trying to get at.
How about the penis?
Which,
How about that?
considering the Romans and the particular
about the-
persuasions, it's more likely than you'd think.
Yeah.
How about the big purple penis bats from Saints Row? The one that Jim Sterling
could
has
be those
and
too.
waves,
Yeah.
That's
waves
no,
around
that's
on-
just a dildo.
It's a big purple dildo bat.
Yeah, it's a 20-inch dildo.
It's specifically designed to be used as a dildo and a bat.
Yes.
Although it is not very effective at one of those things.
Which?
I'll let
Well, that's
you
for you to
decide.
find out.
I'll let it's up to the viewers to decide which of the two things that the dildo bat is used for it is not effective at. For reference, it is the purple dildo bat from Saints Row and or the Jimquisition.
And you're only allowed to use first-hand research to find out. You can't find out from anyone else.
You can't just go to your local Walgreens and ask, "Hey, what's the purple dildat good for?"
Anyway, so
My Rite Aid is a Walgreens now. I have never lived in a town with a Walgreens. I bet if I walked into that Walgreens and I asked for a Mask of Time, they wouldn't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
So, Orde, Chara, weird thing, gender stereotypes, not gender stereotypes, all in the same sentence. It's a big old mess. I don't know what's up with that, but moving on. The Gelu crew, they get caught in a net because they're idiots and weren't watching where they were going.
Then Gelu sees a Vorox and is all like, "Oh, they're stupid. I bet they don't know how to. I bet this net isn't theirs. This must be someone else." And then the Vorox is all like, "Hey, that's my net. What you doing in my net, boys?"
Yeah, these Vorox can talk, and also they're not quite so barbaric.
And also, they have information that they can't possibly have. They know about the subjugation of their people in the desert that hasn't been on the same planet as them for 100,000 years.
Yeah.
What's up with that?
I don't know, it's kind of weird, isn't it?
What's up with that? But yeah. After I found this Bionicle : Most Dangerous Game segment made me really, really wish Greg didn't forget that Malum exists, because I really want to know. What what's his face thinks of Malum.
Oh, Cabrua?
Cabrua, that's his name.
Yeah. He'd probably like Malum, to be honest.
Malum's relationship with the Vorox is fascinating, because at first he was like they're big dumb. He was like thinking they're big dumb animals, and then he started thinking of them as pets, and then he started thinking of them as family.
Yeah.
And I really like that.
Cool.
I really like that. But we'll never get to see Cabrua interacting with Malum. We'll never see it, because Greg was like, "Oh, I'm going to raise children."
Yeah. Oh well.
I hope his daughter does. I hope his daughter has the foresight to change her name when she's old enough to make decisions for herself. Because when people find out who she is, she's gonna get a lot of harassment. Like, "You're the reason Bionicle was ruined forever."
I'd hope people aren't that immature to do that. I'd hope. Please.
Star Wars.
Anyway,
Amy Tran was just chased off of Twitter. Just chased off of Twitter because the Star Wars movie that she was in didn't meet expectations, so people harassed the fuck out of her. Oh, the little girl from Avengers Endgame. People have been harassing the fuck out of her. She's fucking 8!
Please do not do that.
She's fucking 8!
Wait, what?
I mean, please do not harass actors in general, but especially if they're children.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, fucking...
Yeah.
I don't know how many people watch Critical, Penguin Zero, but he made a video on the kid from the Star Wars prequels. those movies basically just fucking ruined his life.
I think his name is Andrew Lloyd. Am I correct? No.
I don't know.
Anakin.
Jake Lloyd.
Jake Lloyd. I got one word right. Yeah, Jake Lloyd. His life was ruined. Sort of. I think he did well for himself until he got into some drug-related police chase. Most child actors do not grow up as happy people. Macaulay Culkin seems to have done well for himself.
Anyway,
Rupert Grint is probably the only purely positive example. After he was done with Harry Potter, he just kind of semi-retired. He's been in movies since, but not a whole lot. And he just bought an ice cream truck, and he just goes and does ice cream truck things.
Yeah. Cool.
When he was a kid, he always wanted to drive I keep saying police. He always wanted to drive an ice cream truck. And after he was in Harry Potter, he had more money than anyone in the world could ever possibly spend. So he just got an ice cream truck. I keep saying police! Why do I keep saying police?
Ice cream truck, police car, same thing.
I want him to become an ice cream policeman.
Anyway,
Rupert Grint, ice cream cop.
Well, I think that's going on the thumbnail, probably. But anyway, getting back to Bionicle. So the Gelu crew, they've been caught in the net. Kabrua's saying, "Oh, we're gonna hunt you tomorrow." Lol. And that's that. Then we get back to Pohatu and Kopaka. They're thinking, Trencrom on the ground, in pieces. I wonder what could have done this. Maybe
Cut my life into pieces! This is my last resort!
Maybe not. But regardless, Goddess just is there now.
I hate this guy.
Hi, Goddess.
I hate this fucker. He represents
This is the Bionicle Stars combiner.
Yes.
If you had to anthropomorphize the ending of Bionicle, it would just be this guy.
If you had to anthropomorphize suffering, then it would be this guy. Levi, I'm posting in the chat right now a picture of Goddess. This is what he looks like.
Yep. So the
how many different sets did that come out of?
6.
All the Bionicle Stars.
You've seen the Bionicle Stars, right? Do you remember what they look like?
Kinda.
So normally, when Lego makes combiner models like this, they're with models that are designed to be like. Lego did not design the Bionicle Stars with reusability in mind for their parts, but for some reason they decided to do it anyway. So they made a combiner, and they didn't even bother coming up with a story. They let the fans decide. The slogan was literally, "Who am I?"
Yep.
And so a fan came up with the concept of a Matoran that was turned into a monster, and now he can teleport to anywhere he's been.
Yep. And that's how we ended up with this.
And Greg didn't really know what to do with that, and that's why Gardas is only in like 2 or 3 fucking paragraphs.
Yep.
Gardas barely does anything. I always thought that Gardas was just a guy, but Gardas eats dead gods. I wasn't expecting that. And he's like an animal guy. He turned feral after he turned hideous. Just
yeah, that is weird, isn't it? He just starts eating Trencrom.
He finds a dead god on the ground. Is like, oh yeah, I better eat that. That looks tasty.
Hang on. It's specifically
would you not
in the
eat a
book.
god? Would you not try to eat a god?
Yeah, he encountered Trencrom while he was alive, tried to hunt him then, and then someone came and killed Trencrom, and then he was like, well, I guess the hunt's done, I better eat it.
So this is the Bat Boy that used to be Matoran, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It specifically in the book mentions that to teleport them to the star. He wraps them in his wings. How the fuck do you wrap anything in those?
So the canon is different from the way the toys are designed.
Yeah, I guess we're just supposed to assume that his wings are bigger and more prehensile than that.
Just assume he has more fully developed. Okay, it's best to think of him as a real person and not just a pile of reused assets.
I do like that revamp you posted there, Josie. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I went and I tried to find revamps of Gardas because I found a nice one of the Matoran Nui. Just, what if combiners were made from real parts and not combining stuff that doesn't go together? And, yeah, I really like these.
Oh, yeah, that was nice too. I mean, obviously color scheme is... Okay, color scheme aside, I like how, the shaping is done and everything.
It's a fucking Harlequin abomination.
Well, that's what the Matoran Nui is. Imagine a guy made out of 6 smaller guys.
At least this one doesn't have feet on his feet on his feet.
Yeah. So the Matoran Nui was a big guy made out of 6 smaller guys carved into pieces. There's a meme image of what the Toa Kaietsu would look like if it was an underwear model. And it's a black and white photo of a guy with 2 other guys' torsos stitched onto him.
Oh, the Humanicle.
And he's holding 2 skulls.
Yeah, shout outs to Charlie Rose.
Because for some reason, one of the Toa Kaietsu, the red one, is just holding 2 skulls. Because Lego was like, well, we usually leave parts unused in these combiner models, but let's use these additional skulls. And now he just has skulls for fingers.
Yeah. I'm trying to find a picture of the Humanicle Kaita.
I hate Google so. Oh my god. Oh no.
Find it anyway.
Oh no.
I can find pictures of like every other
there you go.
the figure spider.
Oh no.
Yes.
There's far worse than that.
I can find like everyone except
Look up the Humanicle Kevin. Yep, there's the Kevinica.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Do you want to see Rudaka? I've got Rudaka.
Yes, please.
I have not seen Ruda.
That's the Nui Jaga.
These things are like SCPs.
And there's Rudaka.
God.
Oh.
Hey, those faces are facing the wrong way.
I'd hit it.
Yeah, they are.
I'd hit it.
My favorite one is the Metronui Matoran, though, which is here.
Her tits could give you blowjobs. Her tits could give you blowjobs.
No. Anyway.
Okay, Tokaita.
So-
The gods are displeased.
Alright, I'm gonna see if setting the color to black and white would help. Let's see.
Anyway. Gardas did briefly see Trencrom's assassin, but didn't get a good look at who it was. And also saw the red star. And Kapaka's like, red star, how about that thing?
Yep.
And this is where it's also mentioned that the red star is actually a booster rocket that can help the Great Spirit robot blast off.
What the fuck is that?
Oh my god.
I found it.
That's not the one I was thinking of, but wow.
Yeah, I haven't found the one with the skulls in his hand yet. So this started off as just Tahu, but then someone was like, hey, I could graft 2 other torsos onto it, and it would be Akamai.
Yeah.
And then someone added skulls on his hands, and I don't know where that is. I can't find it.
I've been waiting for a chance to use... I took a few screenshots of Pokemon as I was watching it on Netflix a while ago.
You know what? I think it might have been one of my Twitter followers that added the skulls. I don't know where the skulls are. Guys, I lost the skulls. Help. I don't know where... I have misplaced my dismembered human skulls.
Anyway, so
if If you come across any human skulls, those are mine. Please do not report them to the police. They will not
I can
understand.
finally use this as well.
They will not understand.
Okay. Scary, no.
What does this have to...
That's from Scooby-Doo, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm currently looking at a comic of a Spider-Woman firing web out of her butt. What does this have to do with Bionicle, Google?
I don't know, but
Google,
anyway.
what does this have to do with Bionicle?
So,
Just quickly, I suggest everyone look into the magazine
move on,
covers in
please?
Scooby-Doo, the new series.
yeah. Well, not
They're
new
all very
anymore,
good.
but...
Well, yeah.
I think it's time we moved on.
Yes, moving on from that Spider-Woman comic,
Oh, that's Spinneret.
okay,
I don't care! What does this have to do with Bionicle?
regardless. Bionicle,
I mean,
yes,
I'd
Red
hit
Star.
it, but what does it have to do with Bionicle?
So the Red Star, in addition to being a zombie spaceship, is also the thing where it's a booster rocket for the Great Spirit robot. This is where that gets revealed in the story. Kopaka just knows that that's what it is. I don't know how he knows.
He's a smart boy. He can intuit stuff. Like, right, I guess I'm in heaven now.
Probably a thing to do with, I don't know, the Order of Matanui. They probably knew or something.
What if, and just hear me out, what if Kopaka has read the Bible?
Maybe.
7 billion humans on Earth, no one has ever read the Bible. But what if Kopaka has? What if like there is no one on Earth that has ever fucking read this book? Kopaka read the book. Kopaka is a devout Christian.
Okay.
No, he's not. Fuck.
So,
fuck.
Anyway,
fuck.
Goddess teleports the two.
Bionicle is the only religion that matters.
Goddess teleports the three of them to the Red Star, and then there's Castora there. That's what it is. There's a bunch of Castora, and the Castora are talking amongst themselves. They're like, ooh, what's up with this? We can't send them back to where they came from, but also they're not dead. What do we do with them? Maybe we should kill them so we can fix them or something.
And
or
then
study them.
Pohatu takes their guns because he's super fast. And then they're all like, right, well, you have what you came here for. It's time for you to leave. And
Pohatu literally goes, teleports behind you. Nothing personal.
Yeah.
I love how as soon as the Castora are disarmed, they assume that their weapons are what Kopaka Pohatu came for.
Yeah. It's just like, you got what you came for now, please leave.
Right,
We came to the spooky space station for zombies just to get their guns.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh dear.
The Castora are great. I wish we got more with them, but Kopaka was like, right, enough of this bickering, and then he freezes them.
Yeah. But Pohatu thinks that Kopaka killed them as well.
Yeah, because Pohatu forgot how ice works in the Bionicle universe.
Yeah.
Normally, in real life, freezing people, more often than not, does instantly kill them.
Yeah.
But in Bonkles, that does not how we do.
Yeah, it's magic ice. It just works.
Yeah. So, yeah, the Castora are fine. They probably will be a little miffed at being frozen after they thaw, but, like...
I mean, what are they gonna do?
They were about to kill these guys, so I don't think they'll be too upset. Like, yeah, fair enough. We were about to kill you. We were about to do worse than kill you. We were going to vivisect you and then kill you. Or no, actually, this is where you would have gone if we killed you. So we were just going to keep cutting you open over and over again forever. So yeah, fair enough.
Something, Diavolo.
Fair enough. One freezing per vivisection.
So anyway, back to Sahmad and his lot, right? Anona, Sahmad describes Anona to be like cave leeches in that it's really gross and you don't know what to do. And that's the best way he can describe it. He describes it better, actually. I'm not doing it justice, but anyway, him and Tellurus and Metis are like, well, we can't run away, so what can we do? and then they see Anona's going to teleport off somewhere, and apparently they have enough time to have a whole conversation about it before they jump in, grab the thing as it's teleporting away, and then it does teleport them to the castle that was made by that gold-skinned guy. Wonder what it's doing there. To feed on dreams, of course, because that's what Anona always does.
Yep.
So then they climb the cliff up to the castle, and they find, Anona's being detained by this thing, and is currently screaming in pain. Okay. I guess we should root for the gold guy now.
Because it's definitely a good idea to root for the guy who is capable of defeating the person who has destroyed your fucking tribe.
Freddy versus Jason.
It's great beings logic. If something's a problem, just make something even more powerful to destroy it.
Yep. Freddy versus Jason. Both characters are villains. They're objectively evil, but one of them is a child rapist and one of them isn't. So you root for that one.
It's Pokemon and Overwatch logic. It's like if one thing is just create an even more powerful thing to fuck that up.
Yeah, exactly.
Pikachu, I choose you!
Beg your pardon? Was any of that words?
I tried to do Aaron's Ash voice, and I guess it's too shrill for me. And I trailed off in the end there, and instead of trailing down like I usually do, I trailed upwards, and now only dolphins know what the last half of that sentence was.
Okay.
So, to all of our dolphin listeners, you're welcome. I think.
Inclusion is important.
Inclusion is important. Yes. Anyway, I tried to say, Pikachu, I choose you. In reference to Egoraptor does Pokemon forever.
Video games forever.
You got it the wrong way around.
Okay, snap. Take two, I meant to say Poke Awesome.
Cool.
The one with the Pikachu that breaks his leg or something. And so it calls Bulbasaur a pussy.
Oh,
it's actually an Ivysaur, but it's also actually a Venusaur. But it's an Ivysaur.
Anyway, so
Aaron, was it an Ivysaur or a Venusaur? Fuck you.
So the guys up by Bota Magna, Orde and Chira and Zarya and Gelu, those guys,
and on Donner and Vixen and
yeah, the hunt on
Blitzen.
them begins. The Vorox, that's the word I'm looking for. The Vorox slash their bond. They're like, go on, run. We'll catch up to you, I guess.
And the lightning one's first instinct is immediately to fry everything in the vicinity.
Yeah, to clear a path, obviously. Never mind the fact that it's a great big flashing light in the middle of the forest. I'm sure they'll never track us using that. Or indeed the destruction that you leave behind, all the burning plants and things. Yeah, it'll be fine.
Also, it says that they wanted to track them for sport, but they knew where they were the whole time anyway. The guards just kept following them anyway.
Okay, so it's a bit unclear. I think what happened is that they sent one guard with them, with the tower.
And the guard, signaled to them that he'd let them pre, but, that guard kept following them.
Are none of you aware of how old people spend their time?
What?
Old rich people spend their time by taking endangered animals and releasing them into a big terrarium like fake environment, and then just murdering them.
Oh no.
A more apt metaphor, a more apt description would be shooting fish in a barrel. They will take weaker creatures and slaughter them, and they will pretend that it is sport when in actuality it is not.
Yeah, no,
I'm aware, but this isn't that.
Basically, Kabrua is torturing them and pretending it's sport.
Yeah, no. So Kabrua specifically says, okay, we'll send out one guy with you, and when he sets you free to go, run away, he'll set off a flare that'll tell the rest of us where you are. But the way it's written in the text, it kind of implies that Kabrua and the rest just followed them the entire way.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Ah, right, because Greg's a bad writer. Replace that with ducks.
Like, he releases the flare and they're immediately there.
Yeah.
Look, I just see this whole thing as stupid, and Kabrua is a pretentious asshole.
I mean, that too. But, anyway.
Like, if you're gonna subjugate them properly. No one hunts the Voroks for sport. They chain them to a wall and use them as guard dogs. Do that.
Well,
dumbass.
Regardless, the Toa have a plan to try and, get out of this situation.
Oh, but then it turns out... Nope. Then it turns out that their plan doesn't work.
Well, yeah. The plan is to have Zarya and Chiara hide behind a rock and ambush the guys, and Orde and Gelu will, lead them past, right? But, thing is, those Toa, the Iron One and the Lightning One, can't use their powers for some reason. I wonder if maybe Kabrua has something that can shut off Toa power.
In addition to having knowledge they can't possibly possess, they also have abilities they can't possibly possess.
Which they apparently have because of Velika, although Velika only just got to the planet and has been busy presumably slaughtering things.
No, you don't understand. Great beings can do anything. Just because he's pretending to be a Matoran doesn't mean he's limited to what Matoran can do.
Yeah, Velika was in contact with some people on Barra Magna during his time in the GSR.
Yeah.
How?
He's
Great
a god.
being technology.
They can do anything.
They don't have, what?
Okay.
I get that he could send a signal, but send a signal to what?
Okay. Levi, I want to let you know something. If you zoom in real close, there are these little things called molecules. You can take those and you can build things out of them if you're a god.
I'm aware.
So what Velika did was he built stuff out of nothing.
Canonically, one of his contacts on Barra Magna was Attackus, the main allegory.
Oh, yeah. And also Perditus.
I forgot about Attackus and his best friend Defendus.
Perditus was another one who never appeared in the story, but he was a toy. Perditus, whatever.
Everyone's favorite character from Reviving Bionicle by Suddenly Oranges.
Yeah, so you know Kina's car? The toy version of that came with a completely different Glatorian called Perditus, who never actually appeared in the story, but according to Greg, is one of the Great Beings' contacts, or plants on Barra Magna.
According to Reviving Bionicle, literally anyone who bought that car just threw him away.
Yeah.
It was kind of sad if you like Toy Story, but also he tried to kill everyone. So.
And also was named after a Dalmatian.
Yes, all of the characters from Barra Magna are named Latin words that they didn't have to trademark.
Huh.
Because you can't trademark a dead language, I guess, but you can trademark a living one, I guess.
Yeah, you can trademark a living one as long as it's from a small culture that can't legally fight back.
Yeah, and if the culture is dead, it's stupid. The point is, all of the words are real. Apparently, Velika is the name of a town. I found that while I was googling it. Hold on, I just remembered that just now. I didn't bring it up at the time because I was distracted. Velika, Croatia.
So they took a random Latin word and added a country.
Yep, Velika is the name of a small town in Croatia.
Well, how about that?
All right. Oh shit! You're gonna be particularly interested to see what shape Croatia is. Look at the shape of Croatia on the map.
What am I supposed to be seeing here?
Does that look like a Bionicle part?
A little bit?
Anything looks like a Bionicle part. Bionicle parts are fucking random.
Your face is random.
Fucking big shat on a plate and used it as in the outline for a new face mask.
Yes.
What?
Yep.
That's how I imagine half of the look at the Bionicle, like the shapes of the Bionicle pieces, and none of them have any meaning to them. They're all weird as fuck and pointy and random shapes.
A lot of fan-made Bionicle figures that represent Glatorian use random Bionicle parts as helmets. I believe what's his face? The guy who writes the Glatorian that writes the books, and he's some army general retired, and he's got a limp.
Certivus?
Yeah, I think he just uses a random Toametru shoulder piece as his helmet.
He was a fan design.
Yeah, he was.
Made by Inner Rage, the sprite guy.
Yeah.
Yes, Liam, I started this diatribe by saying that's what people used for mocks. Fan-made. God damn it, Liam.
Anyway, so, Orde...
You're everyone's least favorite beaver. I hope you know that.
So, Orde and Gelu, they're running. They find a river. They climb out of the river so they don't leave tracks on the other side. And they're hiding in a tree. And now Orde can use his powers again, because I guess Kabrua left the Toa turn-off switch with the other guys. And he taps into Kabrua's mind just long enough to figure out that there's a great being who's been telling him all this shit.
And their big plan... Sorry, go on.
My mistake. Certivus was designed by BSO1 member Brick Eanes, not Inner Rage.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, their big plan to ambush them and work out what's going on with this psionics power is to hide on a cliff. None of the Voroks decide at any point to look up.
Well, it says that they're hiding in a tree, specifically in a part that's difficult to see, so...
The rest of them are, yeah, but the one with psionics is on a cliff.
Is he?
Yeah, just on a cliff on the other side of the river.
Huh.
Hey, Liam!
I don't remember reading that part.
Hey, Liam, okay. What cliffs?
Fuck you.
Anyway, so that's the last we see of those guys. They found out that there's a great being. Cool. Are they gonna die? Maybe.
No, it's the, so Velika's plan is to kill all the gods and then kill anyone who tries to investigate the death of the gods, and...
Well, yeah, but specifically, is Kabrua's, party of Voroks going to kill these guys?
Oh, sorry, I thought we were talking about Velika. I've zoned out.
Oh no, you were right, he was in a tree.
Right, okay. Anyway. So then we get... speaking of Velika, actually, we got a brief look into his mindset. He's looking at the cursed great being's prison fortress thing, and he's saying, "Oh, wonderful, so many powerful guys in there, better blow it up." And then he sets it to blow up, and kicks back and relaxes.
Yeah, he's had this plan for fucking countless millennia, and he's just like, there's a lot of people in that building. Maybe I should just fuck up my plan a bit.
Yeah,
that'll definitely go well.
Yeah.
Maybe he had the foresight to know that it wouldn't matter anyway.
I guess. But whatever the case, yeah, he's pretty well poised to just kill them all. Oh well.
I better get some killing in before the book ends.
Yeah.
In one chapter.
Yum yum, I love killing people. It's my favorite thing.
So,
yeah, he does say, so many beings of power all in one spot. It was quite delicious.
Yeah, he's going to bring the building down on top of them, and that's apparently going to kill them, even though there's a fucking god in the building. He's probably going to know how to not let them... Basically, this plan is doomed to fail.
I don't know, whatever. I guess we'll never see it fail.
A bit more goddish than he is.
I just realized I've been forgetting to read my notes.
Oh.
Yeah. Gardas' power is that you can teleport wherever he wants, that he's been. There's a character from Dice Funk that does that. The Red Star, the only character we ever get to see in canon that was dead that's on the Red Star is Mavra from a book no one cares about.
Yeah, we're about to get to him, actually.
Yeah, the filler book from to the Metro Nui arc.
Eat shit, those books were the best ones.
Okay,
They
and
were
then I
really
have
good,
no more. And then I have no more notes until the literal last chapter.
Okay. So anyway, yeah, the back to the Red Star. The Castora, they're pretty annoying. Kopaka just freezes them. Gardas runs off, probably teleports back to Barra Magna, or Spheris Magna, I guess.
Oh, for the record, Liam, I wasn't talking about Time Trap. I was talking about the other one, the one with the boat.
I was also talking about the other one.
Also, we do actually get one last mention of Lewa, as he's apparently actually been subdued by the Agori, as he's now being dragged off.
Yeah.
He likes
That's true, yeah.
And Velika describes him as a minor obstacle.
Yeah. Oh, once again, one of the most powerful Toa in the universe. Just dragged off by some jungle babies.
Yep. Da 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 da. Wah wah. Da 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 da. Wow. I want that scene from Star Wars with the Ewok drumming on the stormtrooper helmets. Just replace all the helmets with Mirus.
So anyway, Pohatu scouts ahead a bit, on the Red Star, just to see what's about. Lots of laboratories, some more Castora, and something that he doesn't quite get a good look at, but is probably just more Castora. No need to go back and check.
Yeah, Greg really wanted to write a book about zombies. Too bad he never wrote a book about zombies.
Yeah, well, all the lights go out, and it's spooky for a second, and then Kopaka remembers he has a mask of see-through walls.
Yep, and then he sees through walls.
And he sees evil. Ooh.
He's really not happy about what he sees.
Yep.
This is very not good, said
there's all my
Kopaka.
dead friends.
Greg really wanted to write a story about zombies. Too bad we never got to see that.
Yeah, there is actually one of my favourite quotes from Kopaka. It was actually way earlier on, I forgot to mention it. But he just says, "This is extremely not good." That doesn't sound like something Kopaka would say, but I'm willing to go along with it. But anyway...
I also love his fucking... He's so pissed off at this point. He's like, God, why? Just answer! Please, for the love of fuck!
Yeah, you just can't get a straight answer out of these Castora.
Are they even capable of giving straight answers? Do they just only talk in nonsense?
And the Castora specifically speak to him like a child.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, to them, they're probably much older than him.
But they're like 3 feet tall.
Yeah.
So is your grandmother, but she's still older than you.
Fair point.
She's also
Yoda
dead.
is like infinity years old, and Luke can carry him on his back like a big old.
Yeah, but he's also a
piggyback
sausage
ride.
goblin who lives in a fucking swamp desert.
Sausage goblin.
Yeah.
I love
That's literally his first act in the entire story, is to steal Luke's sausages.
That's true.
George Lucas really wanted to put a Muppet in Star Wars, so he did. Like a literal Muppet character from the Muppet Show with the comedy jokes.
Yeah.
He's just going through Luke's fucking cooler like...
I do really love Episode 5 Yoda.
Yep.
Pretty great.
And then it turns out Yoda is probably one of the most powerful beings in the universe. Apparently, canonically, it's unknown how many midichlorians he has, but it's probably in the count of 4
Moving
million.
on.
Midichlorians!
So the cool Toa get pulled into a closet by Mavra, and he's like, "Hey, it's me. I'm dead, maybe. Welcome to hell, I guess."
Yeah, I saw this and I was like, fucking Maverick, what, why, how?
Because that's what the Red Star does. It brings people back to life, kind of.
Why?
Well, I don't know. Eventually we would have found out.
I really, really wish he'd have finished this book. It's like more interesting than the last 5.
And so Gathered Friends ends on disappointment.
Well, that's the thing, actually. Like you were saying, Levi, this stuff is really interesting. I thought the writing in this was really good compared to the last few books as well. Like, the moment-to-moment dialogue and
I was finally
descriptions of
getting,
things.
more interested in the series, and I was like, shit, this is really picking up for the final book.
Yeah, as much as we've been shitting on Greg, we do the opposite of shitting on Greg. For real.
Yeah.
Well, that's why for the last 7 years I've been trying to find somebody to take over for writing these concepts that one of my friends came up with, because I've gone over them with some of you before, but they're just really fucking good concepts that fit right into an equally really good story.
Yeah.
Somebody needs to get him to nominate a successor.
Yeah. That would be really good. But anyway,
Oh my god.
are we done? Can we move on to the last chapter?
Yeah,
This podcast is just going to be 3 hours of turtle
I'm
sound.
gonna throw my phone across the
Hi,
the
Owen.
apartment.
I forgot you were still here.
Oh yeah,
Hey
sorry,
guys,
I've been a little quiet.
I just threw my phone across the
Oh,
apartment.
dear.
Did you hear?
I don't think we
No.
actually formally introduced you.
Yeah, everybody
Oh.
knows who I am by now.
No, but I mean, nobody knows you're here. We
Um,
never said hi.
Hi, this is Owen. This is Owen. He's like Greg, but he finishes things.
He's been here the whole time.
This is Owen. He's like Greg, but he finishes things.
Hey,
Anyway,
don't say that I finished things as long as there's still episode 1 and nothing else of a Let's Play on my channel.
that's true.
Yeah, but
Where's the
it's
Where's the Let's Play? Come on.
that is true.
Anyway,
Did we get
Time
it
for
on
the
record?
ultimate disappointment.
Did we get it on record that I strongly believe Greg might forget to finish Ninjago?
was he meant to finish Ninjago?
There are rumors that Ninjago is going to end soon, and I don't think he'll remember to finish it.
Well, I could see it ending because I don't hear much hype around the series these days.
But the
If it's
thing is,
gonna
again,
end soon, please, for the love of God, I hope he finishes this.
I don't think he'll finish it. I don't think he's like Finbar Calamitous from Jimmy Neutron, and he's just as short.
I don't quite understand the reference, but I get the intent.
Okay, he's a villain from Jimmy Neutron who he's just as smart as Jimmy, but he physically cannot finish anything.
Not even a sandwich?
Like, it's a weird neurological impairment. He leaves food uneaten. He doesn't finish. He has a
So
robot
literally
suit.
not even a sandwich.
Literally not even a sandwich.
He is defeated because he has a big robot suit and he forgot to install a bathroom. So he has to get out of the robot to use the bathroom.
But he could have just pissed in it like a real gamer.
Speaking of using the bathroom, can we move on? Because I have to use it.
Okay.
No, Liam!
So-
I want to talk about Jimmy Neutron and its army of midgets!
So, chapter 15, the final chapter of this book. It's the last bit of the Sahmad story.
It
Okay.
hurt. It hurt my soul to read the last chapter of Bionicle.
I know.
This is
but-
the last chapter of something that has literally shaped my life. It pains me.
So, the Goldskin being makes dreams real, Anona eats dreams. You'd think these guys could work out a sort of symbiotic relationship, but no, Anona just decides to drink everyone and get a big old power-up. And because she does that to all of the Goldskin being's followers, they all go mad from, having their dreams eaten. And also, because their dreams have been eaten, they're imagining weird things, and that makes the fortress, go to shit. I don't know, it's kind of weird and weird.
Yeah, Goldie literally screams at her, "You fool! What have you done? You know who I am and what I'm about.
No.
What are you doing?"
Not you fool, you imbecile.
You imbecile, yes.
I love
I couldn't remember exactly what he called her, but he was not pleased at you dumbass. It is absolutely not helpful to you for the ground to collapse under your feet.
Yeah, this castle is literally held up by the power of dreams, and you've just eaten those dreams.
You may basically be a god, but you're a god in a universe where gods have limited capacity. Falling into the ocean, it cannot be good for you.
Yeah, Curtis, you mentioned that the writing in this one picked up again, and it's really good. This is possibly my favorite, not my favorite bit in the books, but my favorite piece of writing.
I like it. It's very good.
Hang on, let me find it.
Okay.
I think if Bionicle had to go out on a cliffhanger, I think this was logically. This is probably just. I like it.
Here it is.
Yep.
It was
if
the
Bionicle. Sorry, you go first.
So it says, it was the last bad decision of their lives. The fortress was completely gone now. The horizon was full of gibbering things, some practically formless, some with forms you could still see even when you closed your eyes. I fucking love that.
Yeah, it's
the
really
horizon
cool.
was full of gibbering things. Really...
If Bionicle had ended on the chapter of Liua getting kidnapped by jungle babies, I think people would have been a lot more upset.
I mean, it kind of did.
Okay, but I mean the literal last chapter of Bionicle.
Well, actually, what was released last? Was it the end of the Sahmad stuff, or was it the Lewa stuff?
Oh shit! I forgot Owen rearranged stuff. What an idiot!
They're not even jungle babies because the Matoran have been the babbies so far. So these are more like jungle goblins.
I will track down the jerk who rearranged these stories and murder him with my bare hands. Owen, your response.
What?
I'm pretending you're not the person I'm talking about right now. I'm making jokes about how we've been shitting on Greg this whole time. But now we're shitting. Oh, now I'm pretending to shit on you.
Oh no.
I'm not actually angry. Which of these was released chronologically the last thing?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay. Liam, how about you? Do you know anything?
I'm pretty sure the last thing was Mavra. That's what I seem to recall.
Yeah, I think it was Powers That Be, whatever the number of the last chapter was.
Alright, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Am I going a little too hard there?
Yes, very much so.
Anyway, point is, Anona drinks everyone, like we said, gibbering things on the horizon, all that cool stuff. That's great. Telluris, runs at Anona and tries to kill it and just dies. Good job, Telluris. Good job. That was your lot in life. You babble about your car and then you die.
Here's my note. Tide Pods, builder of a giant transforming robot scorpion tank, dies charging at a great old one waving a stick.
I mean, he specifically is fucking mad. He's
totally
not sane.
He built a giant transforming robotic scorpion tank feared by everyone on the planet.
Well, that might have happened before he was quite so mad.
He didn't have his gigantic robot tank, the Scorpion, though.
He died waving a stick at a god!
That's a pretty good way to die.
For him, I think that, that's the best he could have hoped for, really.
Honestly, it's amazing. It's as amazing as it is stupid. It's as beautiful as it is asinine.
Yeah. But anyway.
It is simultaneously the best way to go out and the worst. Tide Pods. He died like a true gamer.
He died as he lived, stupidly.
He died as he lived. Extra.
Yeah. Anyway, so Sahmad decides, look, I'm not going to be that stupid.
And then he goes and be that stupid.
Well, almost. He decides to at least use the spikes that held Anona in place a few minutes ago.
Yeah, because he was like, well, it doesn't make any sense that Anona can be held at bay with these things, but someone must have dreamed that they could.
So he stabs Cthulhu.
Yep.
And that's actually more relevant than Cthulhu jokes about Tren Crom, because Cthulhu in the canon of the old gods thing is specifically he's able to cast dreams.
Yep.
That's how he keeps the old gods asleep until the time when they're supposed to rise up.
Ah, cool.
So yeah, it literally is Bonkle Cthulhu.
Neat. But yeah, anyway, Sahmad stabs it with one of those spikes. Yep, with one of those rocks. And that does, make it falter for just long enough for the Goldskin being to, get its head back in the game. And then, so, the Goldskin being makes Sahmad's dreams into reality, and currently what Sahmad is dreaming of is a world with no dreams.
This was the most bullshit possible plan. I hate it.
Yeah,
So
This is worse than the Great Spirit Robot.
Yep, so basically they're all like, all right, I have made it so that no one on Earth can feed you.
And then Anona's like, okay, listen, cut me a deal, please. How about you, use the last remnants of your dreams to dream up a world that I can live in where I can feed on things.
And instead of being like, how about no? They're just like, yeah, I'll kill you in a roundabout way.
Technically, they did go no, but also in a roundabout way.
Well, yes, but actually no, in other words.
Yep, claymation pirate memes.
Yeah. And so yeah, what they essentially do is, even though they can't dream anymore, Sahmad still does do that.
Presumably,
I also noticed
presumably Goldie leaves his dreams intact because it's never explained why Anona chose to spare Tellurus and Sahmad, but maybe Sahmad's just immune to dream theft.
Actually, yes. Specifically, yes. It states earlier in the book that for some reason he was among a few of the rest of his tribe immune to the dream theft.
And
so that is canonically why he's unable to steal his dreams.
And the other one is Tellurus, whose name I remembered after he died, so that's good. I've been calling him Tide Pods this whole episode, and no one's corrected me.
Yeah. There were a few others as well, but they died a long time ago. But anyway, so yeah, turns
out it's really hard to survive in the desert when no one wants to trade goods and services with you.
Yeah, funny how that works. But anyway, so Sahmad uses the last bit of dream power he's got, I guess,
in the universe.
To
by goods and services, you mean people, by the way.
Well, yeah,
that there's that. Well, there aren't all slavers, just Sahmad.
Yeah,
I think they were both specifically slavers.
I don't think Tellurus kept.
I don't think so.
I don't think Tellurus kept prisoners. He just killed them with his big scorpion thing.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah. Anyway, Sahmad.
That's just garbage now. Someone can find that and take it.
So anyway, Sahmad.
So is Matanui.
That's true.
Just left it there on the desert.
So he dreams up a world for Anona to live in that is just full of other Anonas, and they'll just eat each other until they're all dead.
It is apparently canon that Anona is part of a species. There are others like her in the universe. They just typically stay the fuck away from each other, so they don't have a power struggle going on because they're smart. They realize that'll. So they just travel along the universe, and they just one per solar system.
Yeah, every few thousand years, there's a congregation at a specific star system to just fuck each other silly to continue the species. Yeah,
they have a Nononacon. It's like Comic-Con, but for Dream Eaters.
I guess.
So this being that typically only one per solar system can even exist, suddenly on a planet full of itself.
Yep.
Whoops!
And,
I guess Dream Eater isn't going to be super effective on these ones.
Goldie probably could have killed Anona himself, but he probably knew what Sahmad was going to do to her, and thought, that's way worse than what I want to do. I'm going to do what he wants to do.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because
speaking of which, Goldie seems to be on really good terms with Sahmad by the end of this. He's just like, thanks, fam,
Well, yeah, evil begets evil. They get along very well,
I guess.
Goldie apparently exudes a force of dominance on people's minds. Anyone that's not crazy or immune to dream theft becomes subjugated to him. Sahmad's probably like, "Hey, you're a magic slaver. I'm a regular slaver. we'll be best friends.
We have so much in common.
We have so much in common.
He
even says that when he gets over all of his emo bullshit, he's probably going to join up with Goldie, willing, and be his only willing companion.
Mm-hmm. But before they do part ways, though, Sahmad dreams the concept of dreams back into existence, just so the Goldskin being has something to do with his time, basically.
And then one of my last two notes in all of Bionicle. There were people I had lost that I could finally say goodbye to. Sahmad, you goddamn fucking moron! You could have dreamed your friends back to life and Tide Pods.
Oh yeah.
You chose to be an emo little bitch instead. You are a fucking dumbass, you piece of shit motherfucker.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is kind of weird, considering, how much of a not very morally sound guy he is. He probably would just bring people back to life if he was given the chance.
If he can dream all of the universes,
he's a dumbass.
Then he could even dream that the shattering and all the events before it never happened.
Yeah.
He could dream a world in which he is f***ing ultimate ruler.
It's pointed out at multiple points in Sahmad's tale that Sahmad could have just dreamed none out of existence. Instead, he chose to do the most sadistic thing.
Yeah,
I get that bit also, but there were so many options here. Sahmad could have wished his friends back to life. He could have Goldie says, "Hey, you could have wished me out of existence." I'm like, "Yeah, I like you though. You're cool."
Yeah.
He couldn't have done any of the other stuff because that would have ruined the story, and we can't have that.
What story?
What if he dreamed a world in which Greg finished writing?
Sahmad could have wished that the other Agori don't hate him anymore. There's no indication that he did that. Sahmad could have wished that he knew what was going on with the fucking robot, so he doesn't have to ask people because socialization is awkward. He could have wished that he was amphibious so that he could get back to wherever the fuck he was before he came here. Because there's a big ocean in the way.
So let's wrap this up then.
Yeah.
He's a big old dumbass.
Let's wrap this up then.
Hang on, because he's even like, I could have had him make me a boat, but I decided to walk. So he specifically decided not to do any of these things as well.
He specifically decided not to do anything smart. He is not a dumbass. He is not stupid. He is fully aware of what he could have done, and he decided actively not to do any of it.
Yep.
He is the stupidest being in the universe. Specifically because he is not stupid.
Do I have to open Pokemon Go and start spamming Pokemon noises again?
No.
Please,
no. I have one more note, and then Bionicle is done.
Okay, what's your last note, Josie?
The last sentence in Bionicle canon, according to Owen. After that, well, that will be another tale entirely.
Yep. That's how it ends, with a promise of more.
Yeah.
I want to die. I want to die. My childhood was defined by things that ended disappointingly.
I got to the end of this chapter, and I was scrolling down, and I see instead of next chapter, book list, and I'm like, what?
Yeah, I tweeted it. It was so perfect. I tweeted it and I said, "Hey, teaser for the last episode of Bionicles we're recording today." Here it is. I'll get the tweet. You probably remember this. It happened earlier today. And people other than me have memories that function. I have the memory of a goldfish, no one else.
Yep.
Spidey says, gotta get to that anticlimax at the end.
I mean, I'll just put this up on screen. But,
Levi says, hang on, what? Where's the rest of it? Curtis says, crying emoji.
Levi that's not crying, that's a nose.
Levi says, you must be kidding me. Owen says, now you know our pain, Levi.
Just put it on the screen.
I am putting it on the screen.
Stop wasting our time, Jesus.
Anyway,
Liam, this is the last opportunity I will ever have to waste anybody's time. You will let me have this.
No!
What?
You will end this podcast just as disappointed as you ended Bionicle.
What did the 7 layers of what did the 7 layers of fuck happen to the rest of my goddamn story? Greg and beat the living piss out of them if he never ends up finishing it. This is a travesty. The ghost can be can't make this dream real. I feel like I just got to chapter 5 of Return of the King and it says the end.
Liam, what's your story continuation theory?
I read the whole thing. There, I read the whole thing. Now, Liam, piss and shit all over my wife. Whatever the Dr. Eggman Shadow the Hedgehog piss meme is.
I love it.
What?
No, it's pissed on my wife. I know exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that thing where people have there's the meme of
real-time fan dub
Dr.
of Sonic
Eggman.
Adventure 2. Yeah.
This is the meme of Dr. Eggman saying Shadow pissed on his wife or something.
Yeah.
Link to that in the description.
I fucking love that so much.
Such a good video.
So Liam, just go and piss and shit on my wife. I don't care.
Anyway, Liam, you were probably getting to something at some point.
I hope you've eaten a lot. I
think
hope
so.
I hope
No,
you've
Liam, you
eaten a
wanted
lot.
to do that thing about your reading.
Yes, but that
thingies.
requires you guys, read or listen to the thing, which is, what is it? I did 35 minutes of reading, so
okay,
we have
maybe
to
not,
take a
but-
break before we go over it.
Oh,
What?
okay.
Never mind all that, I guess, for right now at least.
What?
We can tack it on to
Yeah,
next
we-
episode or possibly do
Liam's
it.
doing a continuation thing.
Yes, and you guys have to, listen to or read it before we can talk about it, so...
Bing bong, the
if
witch
you
is
want to take
dead.
a half an hour break, sure.
Okay, fine. Edit everything out where we talk about the thing Liam's doing. Replace it all with
Maybe?
ducks. Replace everything with ducks. Liam is ducks. Liam is still a duck from the last time he was a duck. Ignore all the other stuff where he wasn't a duck. That stuff is not canon. Liam has always been a duck since the dawn of time.
Anyway, for now, I suppose we should talk about, what we think of the ending, I guess. If there is
Greg.
much to think about it at all.
The only
Why don't we ask Greg? He'll be on the next episode.
God damn it, Liam.
Da-da-da-da-da.
the only summer
That's the end of this podcast.
No.
There is no Gregisode. It's just that. Just a promise of a Gregisode.
Oh, it would be just like Bionicle.
The only way to sum up my feelings for Bionicle is why.
Yeah.
My feelings for the end of Bionicle is just Greg, why? Quote, Greg, comma, why? End quote. Put that on my
there
Greg's.
there were legitimate reasons why.
Put that on my gravestone.
I started to say gravestone. I forgot what grave was, and I almost said gravestone. And then I screamed gravestone directly into the microphone because
You don't let me say my things.
Ninjago, go.
Yes, this was the time Ninjago was just starting up. He wasn't getting paid to do the rest of this story. He did this just because he wanted to. And also, he had Bebby.
But why though?
Because he wanted baby.
Slavery.
I am going to find Greg, and I am going to crawl inside him, and I'm going to write on crayon on the inside of his stomach, "Fuck you, you hairy goblin," as I piss all over him. From within.
Babies.
What the hell?
Oh no!
Zimbos.
This ending was a travesty to all fiction.
Oh no!
I think the one thing we need to talk about for this, not even the ending of Bionicle, we need to talk, but we need to just have a compilation of Levi's descent into madness over the course of this entire past year. It's like he started off optimistic, then he got into it, then he got confused, then he got just fucking just angry as shit.
Yeah.
And then fast forward to today, where he just, like, hates the universe and everyone in it.
I also hate the universe and everyone in it. Levi is my favorite beaver.
I will convert every atom in this universe to shit, just so Greg has to smell it.
I tweeted last night. Bionicle could be brought back by playing the Bionicle music at 1100 dB. This would end the universe. Emitting a sound at 1100 dB will end the universe. Science says so.
Okay.
Because volume can emit energy at a high enough frequency. A volume can destroy the universe. It would create a black hole larger than the observable universe. I want that to happen. I want that to happen. End my suffering!
All I'm saying is, I have a plane ticket to America, manacles, chloroform, and a typewriter. This story will end.
Does Greg live in America?
I think so.
Hold on, let me Google. Hold on, I'm gonna Google it. Where do
Greg live?
Yes.
I'm sure that information's publicly available.
Where do Greg...
It's probably
where
on
do Greg
Greg.com.
live? Let's see.
Oh yeah, of course.
Alright, so, Plainview is the city in which Greg and his family live. Its name is revealed in the Diary of a Wimpy Kid movie. Greg lives in
I don't think that's
area.
the right Greg.
It is unknown. It is unknown in which state it is located.
Okay.
I don't think this is the right Greg.
No. Anyway, regardless, I think the intent is clear.
Okay,
Levi wants to either murder Greg Vahkiti or make him write the rest of the story. Doesn't really matter which.
One and then the other.
Okay.
Probably the better one first, and then the other one.
So, Levi, what did you think of Bionicle?
I'll call back to a previous rant of mine. Bionicle is a joke and I am the punchline.
He lives in Connecticut.
Cool.
He won't be for long.
Okay, so here's what you do. We don't know exactly what city he lives in. Here's what you do. You steal the nuclear launch codes. Currently, the president is a giant baby with a dead cat living on top of his head, disguised as a wig. What you do is you steal the nuclear launch codes and then you nuke Connecticut after making him write the rest of the books via email.
I'm gonna shove a crayon so far up his arse his forefathers feel it.
Oh dear.
You're dead. How would you be? Are you going to dig up the dead body of his forefathers to confirm that they feel it?
Okay, let's move on.
For
No,
legal
Liam,
reasons,
I
everything
want-
said in the last 20 minutes is a joke.
Yes.
It's not a joke. I'm gonna stuff 20,000 living wasps up his piss hole.
Levi, something does not need to be true in order to be the legal truth.
Wait, I just heard the rattling of chains from somebody's microphone. What the hell
I told
was
you, I
that?
have manacles. I've come prepared.
I keep expecting to just hear, like, cries for help from Levi's mic.
Yeah, they'll be coming from me.
Oh no.
Curtis.
Yes.
For your information, I would like to remind you that Swirt voiced Greg in TCV's Biocraft. You could insert sound clips of Swirt saying help.
I could do indeed. Yeah.
Yes.
Just to clarify, because he is actually going to be on. I am joking, and I don't want to kill you. I love you, and I need you alive.
Yeah, that
Yes.
wasn't a joke, by the way, when I said that. The next
Yes.
we're having a bonus episode to go over everything we've been over in the past, and our guest is Mr. Greg Vahkiti himself.
What?
And it'll be
Okay,
ending
yep.
35 minutes in.
Okay, yep. Chip, I'm gonna need you to unedit out. I'm gonna need you to edit out all of the ducks now. The ducks are no longer needed.
Okay, I'll just put everything that was inducts here, right now.
The latter two of which we are continuing is something you'll probably hear in a separate video after this episode. All at once with no spaces in between.
Yes.
Just like
the
a
real
string
Josie
of
experience.
words and syllables.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, and we'll go out on music from the episode of Steven Universe called Mr. Greg.
Yes. Oh, so that's that, I guess.
Wait a minute! We missed something.
What did we miss?
You may be everything I'm going to do, but I'm going to do everything that you're going to do! Star
Penis.
is a diss! Babies!
Genitals.
You may do everything that I'm going to do,
Rude
but
words.
I'm going to You may everything I'm gonna know today, but you're gonna do everything.
Curtis, please put them out of their misery.
Strange Ernest.
We'll see you next time, I guess, for the final episode
Significant shrinkage.
with Greg on it. Say goodbye, everybody, for real this time.
Pee pee doo doo caca.
No.
You may know everything that I'm going to do, but I know everything you're going to do. Strange, isn't it?
Significant shrinkage.
Like that termite-ridden barn. And any time with Steven makes for a delightful evening.
We're having fun.
More or less.
So dance with me. Just say.
No!
Ooh, you ruined the song.
Hey everybody, welcome back. We just went and read all that stuff that Liam posted, and we came straight back to do this the same day. We did not wait an entire week. But you may notice that Levi is no longer here. He went to, I don't know exactly what he went to do. He said something about looking for someone.
So basically, as soon as we were done recording, he said, right, I never want to have anything to do with Bionicle again. I'm free now. And he killed himself.
Well, see, that's what I imagined was going to happen, but no, he left a note, and yeah, it just had the word Greg on it, so... Anyway, I guess we'll catch up with him a bit later. For now, though, let's talk about this whole, continuation project thing.
Yeah, we don't need Levi now, because we're all Levi now.
Yeah, this is new for everyone except Liam.
Yeah, really.
So this is basically a full plan to make an ending for Bionicle. It's sort of split up into 3 acts. Each
and I've
one.
Been fucking the person. So this has been written by. There's another video where I've read it out for people. It's probably out at the same time as this, but it's written by 2 different people because this project was started in what was it, 2012, 2013? And our main writer couldn't keep up with it anymore, so he gave us that page of notes that I had you guys go over with all the acts.
Right,
and then
I skimmed over that.
Our main writer for Legend of Ananui Rebuilt, I thought his shit was so good that I brought him on to continue it. And it really stands as a testament to how good of a writer he is, that he didn't know anything about the serials until he started this.
Oh, wow.
I was told that the notes were optional reading, so I skimmed over them. I want to be surprised by the future.
Okay. That's fine. I took notes on the notes and sort of summarized them.
Yeah. I took no notes.
That's fine.
I took
That's
no
fine.
notes.
I mean, for me, I didn't take any notes because these are my notes.
Fair enough. So yeah,
I took a bunch, but I already shared my notes with Liam.
Right. So yeah, let's jump into this and see where it gets us. So first of all, we've got to lay down a few ground rules for this story idea, a few theories about how the world works and how it could function. Starting off with the Nuva cube. So he had some interesting ideas about what it is exactly
Liam,
and why it
you and your
exists.
team have finally made the Nuva Cube make fucking sense.
Yeah. So how it's described here is it's basically a brand that's put on traitors, Toa traitors specifically. Although I think it can affect anyone. I don't know. But basically it seals your powers, or in this case the elemental powers of the TuragaNuva, and sort of like binds it to the symbols, and it's something to do with like a contract. I'm not entirely clear on how that works.
Basically, whatever your crime was, the symbol is there to ensure that you write it.
Right.
In the case of the TuragaNuva, they had to unseal the Bareg, but it wasn't accounted for that they could bypass the symbols and get them back.
Right. Okay. So...
And the reason I read your notes, Owen, the reason it was like Artaka was able to do the thing he was able to do was because I don't think it's really written here because it is a canon story thing, but whenever the symbol is not in the possession of the Toa, their powers are sealed in it. Yeah, they have no direct access to them unless it's in their possession or in the possession of a friendly force.
Yes, exactly. Except
so all it took was Artaka to take it. All it took was Artaka taking it with malice in mind for the powers to be sealed.
Yes, Liam. Listen, I know that. I know that's all canon. But in the story notes on this, it says that once they complete their contract, that's not the case anymore, and they just have their powers back.
Well, that's probably... Is it said in this or in the story? Like in the actual canon?
Well, there's nothing about contracts in the canon.
Right. Well, I guess we should probably change that then, because the symbol, in my eyes, should always store the powers even after the contract.
Right.
Okay.
So it's only...
So what changes when the contract gets finished?
I would say that they just get their symbol back. And it's always there as like a reminder that, hey, if you do shit again, we can take this away from you again.
So I guess who is supposed to take
I suppose
it?
The problem with that is that the TuragaNuva did have their symbols for the entire time, while their crime was still unaccounted for.
Yes, but that wasn't intentional. It was a thing like the Borok Cal took them. And it wasn't intentional that they would be able to get them back from them. The way I look at it, the fact that they can tap into their symbols remote is a design flaw that was not accounted for, and B, possibly only something that the TuragaNuva can do.
Yeah, I could see that.
Because only the TuragaNuva have that fine control over their elemental powers that they could possibly access them remotely.
They're also the only ones that we've ever seen with these symbols, so...
Yeah.
Not much for a basis of comparison.
Let's get into the actual story of it first, and then talk about it further when we get to the Merendar arc.
Okay. So, yeah, I guess what part should we talk about first, I guess? Because it's all sort of a bit scatterbrained.
Well, we can talk about the actual, plot and we can talk about the parts that we read, and then go over the actual notes for moving forward.
Okay, so should we start with The Powers That Be?
Yeah.
Chapter 5? Yeah.
Because that's how I read it. I read The Powers That Be, Chapter 5, and then the Yesterday Quest. No, I read The Powers That Be, Chapter 5, tacked Galley's crime onto the end, because that's where I feel like it's supposed to go, and then went with the rest of the Yesterday Quest.
Okay, sure. So yeah, The Powers That Be, Chapter 5 picks up right where we left off in actual canon. Kupak and Poatu are up on the Red Star with Mavra, and they're just, catching up on things. Mavra's telling them, oh yeah, this is a place where dead people are,
Yep, I love it.
It's very cool. And also Mavra's sort of continuing his experiments, the sort of thing he was doing back on Metronui and slightly off of Metronui as well.
Yep,
he's now doing up on the Star.
go from being suspicious to being thankful to being right the fuck back to suspicious again because they realize, oh wait, This is Mavra, and he's the same as he's always been.
Yeah.
That's not a good thing. Oh no.
And I love that part too, where it's just like, it's not even something from the Matoran universe or any of the planets that they are natively from. It's just a random snake from another planet that just comes by, and he's like, this thing is cool. I like this.
Yeah, that was really interesting. Yeah, so the Red Star is also being used as a storage for alien specimens?
Basically, the way we look at the Red Star is it's an engine, it's a place that revives things, but it's also a place that stores samples of things that Matanui has come across in his travels.
It's basically a mobile laboratory / engine.
Right, and the Castora are there as both custodians, doctors, and archivists.
And weirdos.
So yeah, very, very important place all around then. Okay.
Please canonize that the snake that Mavra is playing with is like a Lego set somewhere. Probably one of the creator sets. I just want to
That would be hilarious.
I just want to believe that Bionicle is part of the Lego cinematic universe because
I mean, TuragaNuva was supposed to be in the Lego movie too.
I meant Lego cinematic universe as a joke. I mean the greater Lego canon.
Yeah.
People don't realize this, but practically all Lego system themes are tied together in canon for some reason.
Well, I mean, there are plenty of Bionicle references in a lot of the system sets now. There's Ninjago and Hidden Side, at the very least.
That's true.
Very true. I like this.
Yeah, personally, I prefer to think that snake up on the Red Star is, what's his name? James's snake, Rudaka. No relation to Bionicle Rudaka, of course.
Oh.
Anyway.
I like it.
So, then, we cut to Velika, and Velika's just, he's sort of doing his thing.
I thought it was Velika.
Yeah, me too.
What?
The pronunciation.
Oh.
You were saying Velika.
Velika? Like, Velika? I don't know. That kind of sounds the same to me.
What about Veronica?
Sure. He's, like I say, he's doing his thing. He did not kill...
Veronica's a girl now.
Okay, she did not kill all those guys in the fortress.
Yep. Veronica the God Butcher.
Yeah. Well, yeah, there's one line in there that implies that the, whatever she set up to kill them all didn't work, so they're not dead. But instead, she just uses the Spirit's Wish, remember that thing?
Why are you talking about Velika as a she?
Because Josie just said that.
So.
Oh.
It's funny.
Oh, the thing is called the door. The doorway is called the Spirit's Wish.
Yeah. The Spirit's Wish.
Okay.
Yeah, to zap straight onto the Red Star.
It was?
Yeah, it was.
Mm-hmm.
I like that you wrote that.
Okay.
So
I mean, don't look at me. This is something I want to get out of the way. Just like I said this in the other episode as well, but just for everyone here as well as people who are watching, I personally didn't write any of this. I've just been shilling for it because I think it's really good and I want to see it finished.
Right.
Yep, okay. You're the guy in charge of the stuff. You're not the guy who writes the stuff.
Right.
So, unrelated, because I did wake up a few minutes before we started recording, and I'm checking Twitter for the first time. A guy tweeted poster for Bionicle below, and an image of TuragaNuva. It's taken a couple days, but someone has just tweeted the same photo of TuragaNuva over again. So that's amusing. It's not a photo, it's a render. Why do I call it? I'm doing that thing that normies do.
It's a photo of a photo of a photo.
Look at this photograph! Every time I do, cat.
I agree.
Ooh.
So anyway. Showing off his pointy skis.
Yeah, you sure is.
President of the United States is a Nickelback. The President of the United States listens to Nickelback.
I'm sure he does.
They do have some legitimately good songs, I think.
I like Animal.
I like, I don't mind Hero. Hero's pretty cool.
Well, of course you would like the Bionicle song.
Wow.
Do you know what it takes to be a hero?
So, how pissed do you think people would be if there was a Bionicle movie, but the soundtrack was Nickelback?
Ooh.
Now, you gotta remember, this is the Lego movie franchise. They do like their horizontal relationships to the original canon. What they would do is, Bionicle, the soundtrack's full of butt rock. That's the most butt rock we can get. Nickelback! I'm tweeting this. This is perfect.
Okay. And in the meantime, then, let's get back to Mavra. Yeah, Mavra, he's just saying, like, oh, these Kestora, they don't like me very much. I don't like them very much. They don't let me do my work with the Rahi. They say, no, you're not allowed to do that. And I say, oh, fuck you. I want to do that.
I just remembered my air conditioner's on. Hold on.
And that's his whole
now
plight.
it's off. Could you hear the air conditioner?
A little bit, yeah.
Well, now you can.
Good.
Good.
Yeah. So that's Mavra's whole thing. And then we cut straight to Gali being invited to meet with Ataka. And that's the whole of that chapter.
As I said in my reading, there isn't a whole lot that we have done yet, but we're hoping to get more of it finished as we go along.
Right. That's fair enough, I suppose. So yeah, that's where the powers that be goes for now.
And by the way, we've certainly made more progress over the last couple months than we've made over the last 7 years, so... Because, like, for the yesterday quest, Reese has gotten 2.5 chapters done in the time it took us to get anything done before, so...
Nice.
I like that Artaka is like acting like a prison warden in combination to how he's been previously, because he's basically like, I can summarize his treatment of Gali here as ignorance of the law doesn't excuse breaking it.
Yeah. So yeah, obviously we're getting to the Gali's crime
well,
section here now.
You fucked up. You didn't know you were fucking up. You actually thought you were doing good at the time, and for all intents and purposes you were, but you still fucked up. And now you face the consequences of
It's the kind of story where, like, 2 wrongs don't make a right.
Even if you didn't know one of them was wrong.
Yeah.
So at the end of this, are the TuragaNuva going to be undone and be classic Coke again?
Well, let's just talk about the actual story first. Because this is where we get into the whole Nuva Cube big reveal kind of thing.
The big reveal!
So, in terms of this...
And I might add, this was the first thing that Nepikros wrote for the entire thing. This was his pitch to us for continuing the story. This was a pitch.
Okay.
Your writer is a Pokemon?
Basically, like I said earlier, the basic idea is that the Nuva Cube is a brand put on traitor Toa who do bad things, and it's like, we can take your powers away, so don't do anything bad again. Okay? And, Artaka's explaining this whole thing to Gali.
She's all like, wasn't planning on it, why are you being such a dick to me?
Yeah. and also Gali is, like, really shaken by this. She's like, oh god, no, that's a bad thing. Why would this happen?
If I had known what I was doing was bad at the time, I wouldn't have done it.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Dad, why are you so mad? Stop yelling at me!
But then Artaka's like, no, Gali, I'm not mad at you. This is a good thing because it means the Miranda can't kill you.
Yeah. Why are you acting like such a dick? And I'm like, I'm not. I'm just being vague and mysterious.
Basically, what we're getting at with this whole thing is that the Nuva Cube is like, it's a device that does its job, but at the end of the day, it's a prototype. The great beings perfected this technology and put it in the Mirandar, where it can just go walk up to a Toa, seal their powers in a symbol in one fell swoop, and their only way out of the contract is to die.
Hell yeah. I love Dice Funk. I love Dice Funk Season 2.
So, yeah. So the Morendar being that sort of technology is quite an interesting idea, actually, and it does make a lot of sense because, you know, how do you kill a Toa? You take away their powers. And we've seen that in canon with Kabrua and his lot.
Yeah.
So, I'm interested
Which
to
we
see.
canonize in this very plot, by the way, as something that Valika gave them.
I was going to say, it would be interesting to see if that was itself connected to Morendar and the Nuva Cube. So,
I always thought of the Morendar as just being able to neutralize their powers and kill them, and now it makes sense. And you made the Nuva Cube make sense.
Yeah,
you made the
that's a feat in
Nuva Cube
itself.
make sense. Lego just pulled that out of their asses. I don't even know if that was a Greg thing. They just pulled it out of their asses, and it never made any sense. And they were just kind of hoping everyone would forget about it.
I also made a point in the document that the Nuva Cube wasn't just an automatic thing, it was a thing that Artaka created. I argue that yes, it's a thing that Artaka created, but that doesn't mean it wasn't automatically sent there by systems that he also put in place.
Yeah.
yeah.
But
I mean, we do know Artaka worked, very closely with the Order of Matanui, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, Artaka's a good boy. He makes all the stuff.
The idea is that the Nuva Cube isn't just something that protects the Bareg, it's something that the Order places around the universe as a whole at key points for agents of the Order. Where if anyone was going to, fuck with things integral to the universe, like, there may be one in the core processor, for all we know.
So what you're saying is, if a Toa killed Trencrom, they would become a Toa Nuva.
Well, that's what I was actually about to ask. Is the Nuva transformation itself separate to this?
I would say so, yes. Because literally the Nuva transformation was just energized Protodermis doing its usual thing.
So,
as far as I'm concerned, there's no connection.
Okay,
so
in that case,
if they put Lesivik on trial for the murder of Trencrom, could Gali come as a witness and say, hey, if Lesivik had killed Trencrom, he would have become fancy. And he
Josie, I literally just said there's no connection.
Liam? I like
she could go up and say he would have a symbol now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like my idea. I like my idea. Go.
Anyways, what were you going to say, Owen?
I was just going to say, if it is unrelated, have you started... I don't remember seeing anything about this in the notes. Have you started brainstorming a different name for it? Because it sounds like, given the information in this, that Nuva Cube would basically just be a misnomer this entire time.
Yeah, I don't think we've talked about that, but I could bring it up. It's not, nothing is out of the question with this. I've already taken all of your notes and sent them off to our writers for analysis, so.
So, one thing, so we only just called it the Nuva Cube for lack of a better name. Also, like,
Right, they didn't even have a canon name.
Yeah. The Nuva, I don't think it did. The Nuva symbols are basically just general symbols for the Toa now.
Yeah, there's never a point in... I don't know about the cube, but there's never a point in the story where the Nuva symbols are referred to as anything more than just symbols, period.
Yeah. The as of G2, the Nuva symbols are now just the symbols for the Toa.
Well, I think it's not a symbol for the Toa, rather it's a symbol for the element.
Your mom.
I could say that.
So any Toa of air would have the same symbol.
That'd be interesting, yeah.
So, I'm curious, are the cubes, so to speak, because I guess there could be more of them, are they always cubes? Or is it just a cube because there happen to be 6 of them?
That's a good question. I'll have to bring that up as well.
Always
because
6.
I never thought of things like, what was it, Lesivik's team that had like 12 Toa?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, a dodecahedron.
Yeah. Wait, what do you do if there's only 3 of them? What do you do
that's a good question. I'll have to bring that up as well.
The Nuva dodecahedron!
Though I guess at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter all that much, because as far as I know, there aren't any canon Toa teams anymore that are more than 6.
Make some.
True.
Oh, what if Lecon's team had made a Nuva Cube? Would it have been in a regular shape?
What
Just
if
4
the
ice ones
team
in a
that
row.
fought in the Dark Hunter War, it was literally like an entire army?
Yeah.
Yeah, what if the entire army had killed some gods, and that it would have just been a fractal?
At this point, we're getting less into the idea of, like, how many sides the cube should have, and more or less what defines a Toa team.
Nuva fractal! Nuva fractal!
We have tossed over the idea of making a Toa team, though. We've talked on and off about making a team out of the Chronicler's Company.
Yes!
That would be very cool. I like them. They're cool.
We haven't gone anywhere with that yet, though, but, well, if there's a spot for it, I'm open for its idea.
Do it! It's all I've ever wanted.
It would be ironic if Kapura ended up with a mask of speed. Like, just somehow he got another mask like the Anika, and it was just a Kakama.
Yeah.
I always thought of Kapura as becoming a Toa of time, like a Toa of fire, but Vakama entrusts him with the mask permanently, so he's basically Time Man.
You talked to Reese about that idea, because we do ultimately still have to resolve getting the Vahi back from Voparak.
So, should I just say it out here now, or because I have tweeted
may
about
as well.
it sometime. All right, so my Tahu set is falling apart. Like, parts are disintegrating. I need to replace them. I came up with an idea that Tahu went to get the Vahi and won, but at the cost of accelerating time around him to the point where his parts are falling apart.
Well, I think that would just be contact with Voparak.
Yeah.
Or that too, yeah. So Vakama said, "Hey, the Mask of Time is gone. Could you go get it?" And Tahu's all like, "No, I gotta lead the planet." And then Vakama's like, "Okay, I didn't want to tell you this, but you have all these Makuta powers now, and Makuta really wanted the Mask of Time. Think about it." Oh, and then Tahu's like, "Oh, I could use it to, like, travel through time and then be back before I left, couldn't I?" And Vakama's like, "Yeah."
No, the Vahi does not work that way.
You could make it work that way.
No, it contradicts canon.
Whatever. Anyway, the point is, Tahu is, like, dying, and then he dies. And then he ends up on the Red Star, and he's really confused, like, what the fuck is this? Why are there zombies? Pohatu Kobako, why are you here? What's going on? Fuck
Why am I a zombie?
Why am I a zombie? What the fuck? And that's me trying to add comedy into things. I don't do it on purpose. Point is, Kapura, as Greg writes him, it would not be my ideal for a Toa that guards overtime. But there are alternate timelines confirmed. So what if the Kapura from the Matanui Online game timeline becomes the
this
guardian?
is getting a little out there.
Time is confusing, Liam.
And that's why I'm not going to write that kind of stuff, because it's very hard to write that kind of stuff.
To quote Rick and Morty, fuck time travel. I don't think that's actually a quote from the show.
I feel like I heard that quote the other day, so probably. Anyway.
Today's the anniversary of Doctor Who.
Hooray!
Now, and I wanted to ask you something. I remember hearing somewhere from someone over the last couple months that Greg had a plan at some point to turn Tahu back into a TuragaNuva after he was done. Is that true?
That's sort of an exaggeration / misconstruing of a TTV board's Q&A thing, I think.
Okay.
Basically, I think he just said, like, because someone asked, I think if the Ignika could have done it, and he was like, yeah, it could. So
you cut out a bunch. I didn't hear what you said there.
Oh, sorry. Someone asked if the Ignika could turn him back, I think, into a Nuva, and Greg's response was basically like, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's very sort of non-committal. Like, yeah, it could happen.
Right. Okay.
At the end of the book, Tahu is still referred to as a TuragaNuva, but I think it's just a title. I like to think that he just stays teenage mode.
He is the one who gave himself the name TuragaNuva. So
it's not really brought up in the story so far, but we have new ideas for how Toa Kaida work.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a minute. But yeah, I think Tahu should still be a Toa Nuva because, like, I mean, as far as canon's concerned, them being quote unquote Toa Nuva has nothing to do with their special powers or anything. It's just a title that Tahu gave them after they transformed.
Yep, and they all thought it was ridiculous.
Yep.
Oh, hey, Tahu, he's making up new words. He's William Shakespeare over here, and that's why I made that meme where I made the BSO1 article say William Shakespeare.
There we go.
I am re-listening to the episodes to write down questions for the Greg episode.
Cool.
I feel like I'm missing a whole bunch because I kind of just tune out the sound of my own voice, but I got a couple so far. Liam, speaking of Fusion Boys, Liam?
Yeah?
You need to write something with the TuragaNuva. You need to do it. We need it.
I mean, there's probably a place for
We need it.
Maybe at some... Hey, who knows? Maybe at some point during the Merendar arc, the Merendar comes to, like, one of the main villages, like, the Merendar comes to New Atero, and all the Toa are, like, dead or dying until Gali and her team gets there, and it's just Gali and the Toa Nuva get there, and it's being fended off badly by the TuragaNuva.
Yeah, because they need someone who's as strong as a Toa, but don't have Toa power, Toa energy.
Hmm.
We need it. We need it.
It would be pretty cool.
They need to acknowledge that he's covered in faces.
Oh boy.
Turaga, this is what your fusion looks like. It's horrible. Yes, I know.
Let's have the Merendar being held off by the TuragaNuva and two Matoran Nui.
Hell yes!
Nice.
Because we've only seen one of them in canon. Actually, two.
Yep. Well, officially, we have only seen one of them with our eyes.
Right.
Because
another thing
I know, because I've been re-listening to the episodes, I think the TuragaNuva was like the first named character that didn't have any form of visual representation.
It had a set.
The Matoran Metro Nui.
Oh,
you just said the TuragaNuva.
What did I say?
You said the TuragaNuva.
Fuck what I said! I meant the other thing!
Yeah, that was a pretty early one.
Yeah, the Matoran Nui of Metro Nui does not have any visual representation. I don't think I could even find one. I remember I found one for the Voya Nui Matoran, but that never happened.
Fair enough. So, should we get into the Yesterday Quest continuation parts? Okay.
Yeah! The most dangerous gaze!
Yes. So, moving on from where, they were hiding out from those Voroks, those Botamagnan Voroks. Zarya and Chiara, they're sort of hiding in the rocks and bushes and things, and there's some Voroks watching over them, Voroks with power limiters, And, the two of them are like, maybe we could try and, take him out and then get our powers back. That would be cool. So they sneak up behind him, clunk him on the head or whatever, and knock him out. And then they, figure out how these power limiter things work. What their range is, that sort of thing. Zarya basically just takes 100 steps back and shoots them with lightning. Chiara does. And,
why are the power limiters embedded into the flesh of the Voroks?
I don't know. That was a weird detail, but
Liam,
I mean, I don't know why Reese wrote it like that, but I didn't find it too out of the question.
What about making it so that what if
Hmm?
it transfers the powers into the Voroks? Or what if the Voroks really aren't any evolved and those limiters just make them smart?
Or it's just it gives them mental control over the device.
Yeah, it could be that too.
You know what? That makes sense. The simplest explanation is usually the right one. Give your boy give your writers a cookie.
Because I see, the way it's been written, unless they had full mental control over it, they wouldn't have a seizure and die when it was attempted to be removed.
That's true, yeah.
That is true. Give your writers a cookie.
So Zarya and Chiara do escape and go see what the others are doing. Orde and Gelu, meanwhile, of course they've just found out about Velika being a thing. Not exactly who he is, but that there is a great being in disguise, of course. And those two decide to follow Kabrua and his bunch and see, what's up with them. What are they doing? They seem to be going to a specific place. And they're looking at something. I don't know exactly what they were looking at. It's not made clear in the text. But there's a whole bunch of these Voroks there. Not just the, 5 or 6 that they knew about, but hundreds of them. Oh no.
I assume it's setting something else up.
Yeah. There's a bit of stuff here that isn't very well explained, even in the story outline that we'll get to later.
To be fair, I think it's still better explained than most of what Greg has written.
What I mean is there's a great big gap in the timeline where we don't know what happens.
I'm just happy that it's going to be finished.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah,
you can set up as many stupid dingling plot threads as you want, because unlike Greg, you'll at least finish.
Yeah, I should say before we go any further, if and when this does get done, I will happily accept it as canon, just for closure on my part.
Praise.
You could have fucking Blade show up in a story and not continue it for a year, and I'll still be hey, he's gonna finish at some point. He's not Greg. Liam is most assuredly never going to have children.
Well then.
Wow.
Anyway,
I mean, I am the big gay, so
yeah, exactly. That's what I meant. Did you think that was a slight against your love life?
I mean, you could adopt.
Yeah,
Liam, I swear to God, if you cancel Bionicle again because you wanted to have a child and you had to go out and work for it and pay for it, I swear to God, Liam, I will give that child a wedgie for every day they are alive.
Oh no.
No, I won't take it out on the child. I would take it out on you. I'd give you all the wedgies. I threaten to give you wedgies a lot because I don't want to threaten to kill you or eat you anymore. But now bananas are good.
Okay.
I lost my train of thought. Liam, just don't adopt a child if it's going to cancel Bionicle again. Don't do it.
Fair enough. Anyway, so then there's a little bit of a time skip in here. The story skips ahead to the Toa have met up in what's only referred to as the Toa facility. I don't exactly know what's going on there.
I think it's a factory that manufactures Toa.
Perhaps. And then we sort of jump back in time to when Velika was meeting up with the Vorok's king, which apparently happened. So he could give them those power inhibitors. I don't. So
I like how Velika is characterized in this. Like, it was a mistake in the writing, the way he was written without talking in riddles, because Reese he forgot about that. But I like that he was just talking in riddles to, like, as I said in the last episode, like, I don't know, either being passive-aggressive towards other Matoran or just testing their sentience as the universe evolved.
Yeah.
Under normal circumstances, he just talks like a normal guy. He's like Nuju, but less pretentious.
Somehow God is less pretentious than Grandpa.
A random Turaga of ice.
Yes, I still accept my idea that Velika was just talking in riddles, so that it would be harder for him to accidentally give away that he was a great being. Because there's no riddle that he can tell someone that would make them figure out he's a god.
Yeah.
Whereas if he was just speaking like normal, he could accidentally give too much away and be like, "Wait, how the fuck do you know that? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? There's a killer robot? None of us know there's a killer robot. Are you God? Is God one of us? Just a Slav like one of us?" And then he'd have to kill them. But no, you just like Travis McElroy, my brother. I mean, he found a riddle website that's stupid as fuck and has answers that make no sense. I'm pretty sure Velika does not use that website. So he couldn't accidentally stumble upon a riddle where the answer is, "I'm God. Don't trust anything I do or say."
I do like how Velika's written in this scene. I'm not a fan of how the Vorok's King is written, because he's very quick to just accept everything that Velika's saying. He's just like, you got power inhibitors,
the way it's
sure.
written, at least the way I interpreted it, is that Velika had, he put him under, mind control shit. Very light mind control, where he gave him, a Karzani vision. And he's like, oh, fuck.
I just like the idea that... I just like to think, what if the Voroks really did never evolve to be more civilized, and it's all Velika? Velika made them this way and tricked them into thinking that they made themselves this way.
I mean, maybe. Who knows?
What if they have an existential crisis? They find out, oh, I'm only smart because of a mass murderer. Oh, no. And then they have flowers for Algernon, but bunkles. Where we finally kill Velika, and then Kabrua gets stupid all again.
Oh, don't worry, Velika's gonna die eventually.
And what if that's when he meets up with Malum?
Yeah, that's a fair point. There's not a whole lot of the Barra Magna people in this story outline. I was kind of hoping there'd be a bit more of those guys.
Also, so I guess the idea here is Velika was actually somehow transporting himself between the robot and planet place.
Yeah, he's probably got a teleportation mechanism.
Right, yeah, it could be. I interpreted it as this was immediately...
The great beings can do anything as long as they can think of a Rube Goldberg machine for it, so Velika's probably got a game of Mousetrap that can teleport in places.
That is very funny.
What if he's just carrying around a board game of Mousetrap, and whenever he sets it up and does the thing, it teleports him?
Yeah, I was thinking of the much more boring solution, which is just this scene takes place immediately after the giant robot crash lands on the planet.
That works. That works.
Oh, really? Okay. I guess I wasn't envisioning it being that recent.
Yeah. I see it that way, too.
Either way, it works. And then, let's see, then we get to the next bit. So, I guess there's another slight time skip, or... no, it's back to when the Toa are in the Toa facility, that's right. So they're escaping from the Toa facility. All of them back together, Orde, Chiara, Zarya, and of course Gelu. And the red star is falling and crushes the whole place.
Yeah, it's Basically, it's implied that when Velika went up to the Red Star, he had to get something from there, and then he sabotaged it and sent it down.
Yeah. So that's detailed a bit more in the story summary.
Yep, I think destroying the last vestiges of the Great Spirit robot is a good touch. I'd like to know why that happens, but I trust that we'll find out.
Yeah. So yeah, that thing crushes the whole Toa facility and all of the Voroks that are there. The Toa survive, thankfully, as does Gelu, I think. And then, Velika survives all of that. And
the idea for how everyone survives the crash of the Red Star, like, the whole point of that is to try and wrap up the zombies in space story at some point during all this, and get the TuragaNuva back together for the Mirandar arc.
Right.
Because everyone is all over the place right now, the way it was left off.
Yeah.
And our main idea is, at some point, Gali gets sent up to the Red Star by Artaka to retrieve her brothers, and her, Kopaka, and Pohatu end up making a new Kaida to save as many as they can during the crash.
Right, yeah, okay. That reminds me, actually, what about Lua? We don't see him at any point.
Yeah, we gotta figure that out, too. As I said, it's gonna be a chore getting everyone back together.
Yeah, definitely.
No, clearly the Ewoks murdered him, and we don't need to talk about him anymore.
Just bring in an identical replacement. Lua 2.
From a parallel timeline.
Now with 90% less mindjacking.
From a parallel timeline where the rest of the Toa died.
Yeah. Yeah, just get Vizon to bring him in.
Yeah. Whoa! Oh, what if our replacement Liwa is from a parallel timeline where Tren Krom never went back to the cave?
And
now Tren Krom's alive again, and Liwa.
Oh. Anyway, so yeah, Velika survived the crash, and he's looking at these 3 knocked out Toa on the ground. Orde, Zarya, and Chara, and he's like, "Oh, wonderful! I'm gonna kidnap them." So he yoinks them out of there and goes off to do whatever he does in the rest of the story. And that's all that's been written so far.
Yeah.
So then, how about that story summary that gets into, a bit more detail about everything?
I love it.
Yeah.
Well, Josie didn't read that bit, so...
What didn't I read? I skimmed over it.
So, yeah, it's basically split up into the 3 arcs, 3 acts. The first one being the Marindar, arc.
Marauder.
Yeah, that guy.
Salvation.
Yeah. And,
Salvation.
Yeah, it basically just...
Salvation.
Salvador Dali. Salvieri.
So, everything that we just talked about takes place during Act 1, the Marindar arc, and then there's 2 more acts after that. So, yeah, Act 1, Marindar, is going about doing its thing, killing Toa. Specifically, we see it kill Tuyet, just to set up how powerful it is. Because, of course, Tuyet at this point is probably the most powerful Toa in existence.
All the Toa!
Yeah, but of course Marindar has the power to take away Toa powers, so she becomes totally useless against it.
The way I look at that playing out is Greg bringing back Tuyet has 0 purpose to the actual plot moving forward, except as an example. Tuyet is going to be the first one to stand against Marindar, and she's going to be utterly obliterated. And that's how everyone realizes that this thing is fucking deadly.
Yeah. That is definitely
because I see
very
personally, I see no other use for Tuyet other than being basically set as an example for how powerful Marindar is.
She could be a future villain. I don't know.
But she's already been a villain.
True. She's been a villain in 2 different universes.
She had her own story, for God's sake.
Yeah. So yeah, fair enough. This is a good use for...
Actually, she had 2.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Gee, Tuyet, why does your mommy let you have 2 stories?
Well, there was 2 different Tuyets, so... Yeah.
Gee, Tuyet, why does your mommy let you have 2 of yourself?
Anyway, so, yeah. So this little part takes place before Gali's crime, because Ataka goes and, sees Tuyet's been killed by this thing, and he's like, oh god, it's a Miranda. It's Miranda. I know what that is. It takes away Toa powers. Cool. I'm gonna go tell the others. So he goes to tell Gali. That whole thing happens. Vileka spirit wishes up to the Red Star. Cool. And then, yeah, this is part that we sort of skimmed over, is that Vileka... So inside the Red Star's fuel core is energized protodermis. The last known source of it in existence, I think?
Yeah.
And yeah, so Vileka extracts that energized protodermis from the fuel core. It says like he strikes a deal with it or something, because remember, energized protodermis is sentient.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he strikes a deal
with it. And
it's
presumed that doing so fucks up the engine.
Yeah. And the whole thing crashes then.
Yeah.
But while it's crashing, Gali, who's been sent up there, along with Kopaka and Pohatu, who are already there, they combine into a Toa Kaita, but not any normal Kaita. And this is where we need to start talking about special Kaitas.
Super Saiyan Kaita 2.
Yeah.
Okay, now I regret not reading this more thoroughly. What the fuck?
So, okay. So the way I like to think of it is it's kind of like combining classes in Fire Emblem, even though that's not a thing you do.
Josie, have you ever played Doodle God?
Yes, okay, that's what it is.
I haven't even heard of that.
It's a game where you have basic elements and you combine them. You literally just go A plus B equals C, and then you go A plus C equals D, B plus C equals E. You just keep adding things, getting more things, and that's how it works.
So what you're saying is, what if Toa Kaita is Toa Kaita?
Kind of, but not really. So, okay, so how it works, as according to this story bible here, is that the Toa Kaita that we've seen so far, the Toa Mata, when they did that, and also the TuragaNuva Kaita.
They're just standard base level Toa Kaita.
Yes, that's level 1. And they represent the basic skills. So, strength, speed, stamina, basically your Koli skills from Monog 2.
Yeah.
Whereas then there's level 2 Kaita, and this is what Gali, Pohatu, and Kopaka do in this part of the story, where they instead represent the principles from Monog 2, so purity, faith, peace, things like that, right? And those are more in tune with with those principles, and therefore much more powerful. And I don't know exactly what the limits are on their power set, what kind of a power boost they get from this, but it's a lot. It's a big difference.
And then there would, of course, be the level 3 Kaita, which we haven't even begun to go over yet, that would represent the 3 virtues themselves.
Exactly, yeah. So that's basically a god level.
Basically, it brings us back to the poorly used concept from MNOG 2, where the 3 virtues are broken down into principles, which in themselves are broken down into skills.
Exactly, and I really like that. That's very cool. I love bringing that back. I love it.
And you can see now why I've been shilling for this story for 7 years.
This is gonna get complicated, and I love it.
Yeah.
It's basically like, hey, you remember all those concepts from the past that were introduced and then never talked about again? Let's build on those like good writers do.
Now, what is this here about Vileka's Kaita?
We'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
This is basically the end goal of his entire plan. The point of him gathering the energized protodermis from the Red Star and coming across those 3 knocked out Toa from Zarya's team at the end of the last part that we wrote is that he basically wants to force a Kaita fusion and insert himself as its brain.
Oh, so Malachite.
Yes.
And then we also have an idea of sort of a Deus Ex Machina against him, where Brutaka utilizes his inherent antidermis as a foil to his kaita. Because it's overflowing with energized protodermis, and combining the two neutralizes it.
I see.
Yeah, that is cool. So getting back to Special Kaita real quick, something that you might want to touch on in the story is, can you like mix different levels of Kaita? Like, for example, could two Toa who represent basic skills and one Toa who represents an intermediate principle, could they form a Kaita together, and what level would that be?
The easiest answer would be to say no, but I'd have to talk to Nepicross about it. Because if they are at a different level, then they're obviously not in tune enough to make a full Kaita of a single level, you know?
Right.
Like, all components of the Toa have to be at the same frequency in order to make a level 2. Whereas if one is off, it would still probably just be a level 1.
Right, okay. That makes sense. Cool. So, getting back to
I feel like I'm in math class all over again.
Yeah. So, getting back to the story as it stands, Gali, Kopaka, and Pohatu, they've made this level 2 Kaita to try and stop Velika from, fucking up the Red Star, basically.
Well, spoilers.
Well, no, because that's what we're talking about right now.
Yeah, well, no, spoilers, it didn't go so hot.
Yeah, I guess.
We already know it didn't go so hot. They were trying to save the Red Star. Oops!
Well, no, they're trying to save things on the Red Star.
Yeah, that's their main goal here, is just to save as much life as possible.
What? What? Do they not think that a comet crashing down on the planet is gonna... They think that's gonna be fine?
The way I look at it, the only ones that would get out of there alive would be maybe a couple of Toa, Mavra, and alternate Jala.
Oh, shit.
Which we haven't discussed in this story yet. I went over it briefly in the last episode.
Shit. I'm looking forward to that. That's gonna be good.
Okay.
Because I really want to explore the Jala Stolen Destiny plot.
Yeah.
You better call the story Stolen Destiny.
I mean, maybe. That's not a bad idea.
That's a pretty good title, yeah. So the Red Star does crash land, and Velika, quote, uses a sneaky scheme to kidnap the unconscious Toa.
Yeah, I think we're going to get rid of that idea and just have it say, like, hey, they were there unconscious. They were, as we said in the end of the story, 3 unconscious Toa practically gift-wrapped for him. Yeah. It was like the stars had aligned.
Please don't turn Velika into a date rapist.
Oh, no.
I
mean, if we're going by Steven Universe rules for fusion, that's basically what he is here.
Oh, God. Oh, well, that means Velika is more like Jasper than Bill Cosby, so that's okay, I guess.
That's preferable.
Anything's preferable.
By a wide margin, in fact.
Anything's preferable to Bill Cosby. He's a bad man.
So,
I think he got beat up in prison. I might not.
Moving on.
Yeah. So,
please.
Moving on. So, all of the guys back on the ground, they're thinking, okay, Miranda, that's about, what are we gonna do about it? And some of them think, oh, we can, use those level 2 Krata thing that you just figured out. And,
Krata?
What's it called? Kaita.
Fusion man.
Level 2 fusions that you figured out. Let's do that. And then they're like, oh, but we've only got like 5 Toa or something. And
that's where they remember that Turaga can fuse 4 or 6.
That too.
3,
but
or 6.
No, apparently there's a Turaga fusion that's only 4 Turaga.
Is that one of those Japan only combiners, or? Anyway, so in addition to that, I guess, they also figure out, okay, well, Tahu can't, kite her with the other Nuva anymore, since he's not Nuva. How about we get Kraka to do it instead?
Yeah.
And so, yeah, Kraka is around, and she's, pretty much on the good guys team now, I guess. And, yeah, so she just morphs into a TuragaNuva and kiters with them. That's pretty cool. And then Marandar's defeated by the power of friendship or whatever. Cool.
The true superpower of teamwork.
Yeah. And then we get into Act 2. So this is all new stuff now. So, yeah, like I said earlier, Velika uses that energized protodermis that he got off of the Red Star to, forcibly fuse those 3 kidnapped Toa into a Kaita, and then Frankensteins his brain into it. And so now he's a big boy. Oh, no. And all the guys, all of the other guys at this point, by the way, have formed an army because they were trying to take down Marandar with an army. So they're just all sort of ready for this. And they go to beat up Velika. And then Brutaka's like, oh, it's okay, I'll do it. And he just melts the energized protodermis with his antidermis, turns it into nothing, and, but there you go, that's that. That's how you beat that thing. So yeah, I guess all told, Velika, I mean, obviously I'm not doing it justice here, it will be written out fully.
Yeah.
Yeah, it won't be
and
quite
at the end of the day, it is
anticlimactic.
just a story bible with basic concepts.
Exactly, yeah. And then Angons comes along. Remember, Angons, he's still around. And he arrests Velika and says, hey, good job, guys. Now just deal with that Goldskin being over there and everything'll be A-okay.
So, I wanted to ask, so is the plan just for Angons to not really be involved until the end of that arc?
I mean, the Great Beings never wanted to be involved in anything, really, so I don't see why not.
Yeah, the reason I ask is because, I mean, one of the few things Greg has mentioned as something he was planning to do was that whole war between the Great Beings.
Really?
Did
like
you not
a
watch
war
my
between
video,
the Great
Liam?
Beings, or between the Great Beings and the Toa?
He described it as a Great Being civil war.
Okay, that's interesting. I didn't know about that.
It's what TuragaNuva's destiny involves, is being involved in that.
I'll have to bring that up. Maybe we could extend the Velika arc with that.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like something you could kind of repurpose into that, So I wanted to bring it up.
Yeah, because
We'll see if
it
I can
seems to
find
me
the
like
quote.
if anything is a catalyst for a civil war between the Great Beings, Velika is the prime example at this point.
Oh, yeah, I think he specifically said Velika would be on one side, and then other Great Beings on the other.
Interesting. Okay. So, yeah, moving on to Act 3 then. So, yeah, that Goldskin being, he's basically a god. Nobody
he was
really...
created as literally a god.
Yeah. So, yeah, he's designed to be gods, to supplant, whatever order the Agori had. So the way he's described in this story Bible is that Matanui's mission, involved studying other planets and all that stuff, specifically so that he could design a being to become God and lead people into an age of peace and prosperity. And that's what the Goldskin being is supposed to be.
Yeah, basically, through all his travels, his conclusion was, y'all fuckers can't take care... Y'all fuckers need Jesus.
Yeah. Jesus by way of mind control. So that's what Goldskin being is. And yeah, there's a big war. Goldie's using his dream powers to basically just hold everyone off while everyone throws everything they've got at him. Not really accomplishing much. There's a brief mention of like a floating fortress island city thing. Not sure what's up with that.
Krakua's destiny.
Yeah, something to do with Krakua. What?
You don't remember that?
No?
The whole point of his creation and part of Vakama's vision was that Krakua, it wasn't explained when or where, but ultimately he would be the last survivor of a war in an island fortress.
Oh, okay.
So this is the natural conclusion to that.
Huh.
I didn't know
Yeah,
something about
I have it
specific.
in my note. I have it in my notes for the Greg episode to ask Greg why Krakua's big destiny seemed to just be waking up some Borak for a few minutes. But I guess I can.
Yeah, it says here in the BSO1 article,
Oh, yeah, I see it now.
Krakua will eventually become the lone hero of a besieged island fortress. During this time, a vision of Krakua will be given to Vakama through a Kranata, who receives it during his time as a Toa Metru. Krakua will inform him that he would one day send the Toa Anika on a mission, which he cannot do anything about to save for hoping and waiting. So basically, this is the point in time where Krakua sends that message back in time to Vakama.
This is
Okay,
good.
interesting.
Wait, why is he sends a message back in time?
I don't know, ask Greg. That's just how it happened.
Yeah, that was from Time Trap, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, I remembered him sending the message. I'd just forgotten that we had more details about the situation he was in at the time he sent it.
Yeah.
So yeah, following
Right,
up on,
right.
on that would be great. That's one of those things that's bothered me, though. It's like, hey, he sent a message, but who knows when or
Yeah,
why.
it's again one of those concepts that was introduced and then completely ignored for the next several years.
yeah. Okay, so that's cool. And then, okay, so now we get to the Chroniclers Company. Josie, you're gonna like this part. So they're all Toa, and they go even further beyond and form a level 3 Kaita.
Oh, I forgot we did go over that.
Yeah. And
Mind you, I just compiled the document recently. I haven't actually read through it in several months.
Fair enough, yeah. And then that is what finally defeats the Goldskin being, is the level 3 Kaita, which itself is basically a god. And that's how you win. That's how you defeat the Goldskin being. Bionicle's over, everybody's happy, except all the people who died. It does actually specifically mention in the story Bible, it doesn't really matter how many people die, especially the Baramagna people. So, I find that quite amusing.
It does still leave us open to make other things like, as I mentioned, Stolen Destiny.
Yep, definitely. That would be very cool to see. What Zombie Jala thinks of regular Jala, and vice versa.
Stolen Destiny! Stolen Destiny!
So yeah, that's basically the whole thing. Unless you want to go over some of those other theories regarding how the universe works.
Was anything else written down?
Just some stuff about the elements and how they work, and how they're basically a distilled version of Protodermis energy or something.
Oh, yeah, so basically saying, like, the elements of the Toa aren't, like, actual elements, like elemental ice and real ice are different things.
Right, I thought that was canon, actually, but...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Japan. I mean, not Japan, China.
What?
What?
You thinking of the Japan Turaga combiner?
Yeah, I've just been furiously Googling it, trying... I can't actually find... I can't... the wiki says that Turaga Kaita are a real thing, but the Japanese one is not the Turaga Kaita because it's only made out of 4 guys, but the Kaita is made out of 3 guys, but I can't find... The Turaga Kaita is a real thing, but we don't know what it looks like? What the...
I thought it was a TuragaNuva. I thought that's the one that we knew.
There's a Nui and there's a Kaita.
Oh, okay.
Apparently I can only pronounce Kaita correctly when I'm frantically trying to rectify holes in my memories.
What if there was a Toa Nui? What would that be like?
I'll get it. Hold on. TTV Toa Nui. This is cool. It's awesome. Oh, wow. It came right the fuck up. Okay. Came up right away. Holy shit.
Neat.
Alright, here it is. Stick that shit right up.
Ooh, wow.
Right up
Oh,
your
yeah,
butt,
I've
Morty.
seen that.
That's pretty cool.
It's great. It's really cool.
By the way, I'm doing very minimal editing for this part, so I'm just going to say timestamp out loud. 1008. There you go.
It's made by Tatarak on TTV Nui. That's not what it's called. Toa Nui. This is Toa Nui. Cool. It's got a big old staff made out of all the weapons and a torso.
Cool. That's Pretty
Yeah,
neat.
it's really cool. Yeah, I can't find anything that looks like a Turaga Kaite. I've already lost it. I've already lost the words. Yeah, I can't find. Yeah, so apparently there is no combiner model for 3 Turaga, but there is a combiner model for 4 Turaga and 6.
Huh.
So
cool.
Canonically, 3 Turaga can form a big boy, but apparently there is no visual depiction of 3 Turaga combining a big boy. Only 4 or 6.
Interesting.
But the TuragaNuva, that is canon and does have an official set form. So, I guess that's the one that's fighting off the Mirandar.
Cool. Well, there we go. That's everything, I guess. Do you all have anything else to say?
I think I'm good.
Gender swap Liwa.
Well,
yeah, that's how you bring him back. You just take him from another universe where he's a girl.
No, have Liwa be rescued by the Ewoks. The Ewoks are like a combination of Ewoks and Jawas, and they ripped Liwa apart and made him into a girl.
They use whatever rebuilding technology they had on the Red Star to rebuild him, but they don't know how it works, so they accidentally make him a girl instead.
They saw Liwa and they were like, hey, it's a robot. Let's play with the robot. And then they played with the robot too hard. They're like literal children in real life, ripping apart Lego sets and reassembling them weirdly in ways that don't make a whole lot of sense. So now Liwa's girl.
They just put a hand on his chest and it's like, oh, that's how that works.
So basically, Liwa gets raped again, but this time almost literally.
And that's the ultimate conclusion to his character arc.
Yep.
It's just been mind rape this whole time. Now it's time for real rape. Come on, guys.
It's been mind rape and traumatization and just trauma after trauma after trauma until we just give up the goat and have him get raped for real.
And that's the end of that. Is that really where we're going to leave Bionicle? Is Liwa getting raped?
Yep. What if there's an entire parallel timeline that's just full of Liwas getting endlessly tortured?
I'll just say, Greg, if you're listening to this part, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Greg, if you're listening to this part, I am also sorry. I don't choose to be like this.
And I guess we'll see you in a week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.